Hey everyone, I'm sorry. I think though you might have been hearing an echo on the sound. I thought the mic was off, and the mic was on. So you may have been getting double theme music. I'm sorry if you were, but my bad. Anyways, we're here live. We're on kind of a odd time schedule here. We're kind of on China time. It is 9:53 a.m. Beijing time. It is 9:53 p.m. Eastern time where I am in the US. Some people are saying they think the air quality looks worse. What does IQ Air say? IQAir.com says Beijing air quality index is, I didn't get one number. It actually says 102, which would be better than yesterday. Is that correct? I'm confused. I'm seeing some different readings. 102 would be better than yesterday. Let me check another site. Aaron, what is it? There was another one I was checking yesterday. Now I can't find that one. Oh, AQI, was it AQICN? Maybe I can look up that one. China. Anyways, I can't find this fast. I don't know why. Well, we can talk about it a little later. I'm interrupting the whole broadcast to talk about the air quality in Beijing. Oh, on AQICN it says 122, which is yesterday it was in the 150s. So seems like it's a bit better than yesterday. AQICN says Beijing 122 unhealthy for sensitive groups. And then at IQ Air, it says Beijing is, it says 105, unhealthy for sensitive groups, but not as bad as yesterday. Anyways, air quality aside, we showed this yesterday. This is from airnow.com, airnow.gov, government site. Or it's orange today. So it's in the 100s, it looks like, which is members of sensitive groups may experience health effects the general public is less likely to be affected. Beatnik thinks it works worse than yesterday. What can I say? I'm just telling you what these sites say. The sites say it's better. But it's still not great today. All right, so I appreciate you guys being here. We have a second view as well. There's our other view of Beijing. Now, Steve God says it burns off as the day progresses. Seoul, South Korea gets like that too. That's interesting. I don't know if that's true. Oh, I just got a travel pool update. Here's an update from the White House press pool from Danny Kemp. You know what? Why don't I just show you what Danny Kemp says in the White House press pool? I just saw this right now. I'm going to put this on the screen for you. Good morning from an overcast and cooler Beijing. A restricted pool has reached Zhangjiakou Nanai, the central Chinese leadership compound next to Beijing's Forbidden City, in whose gardens Presidents Trump and Xi are set to have a friendship photo open to the pool, tea open to the pool, and lunch closed. Restricted pool is photo, video, and print pool. We're told it's unclear if there will be cell/internet service inside. So just to flag the possibility that pool notes may be delayed, we'll keep you posted. So we'll have to see. I don't know what kind of video we're going to have of this stuff. I'm hoping the White House will post some video. I'm going to show you the schedule too. So this is the last day of the visit. I believe there's only a few events scheduled today. We might even get to see President Trump leave from the airport. Well, I don't know if there'll be a camera that we can use. See, there's the network pool, which like the big networks use, but I don't have access to the network pool. You got to pay a lot to be in the network pool. So I don't have access to that. And I don't think like the news agencies I pay for, like AFP and Reuters, I don't think they have their own cameras there today. So we'll have to see what we see. Maybe the White House will show it. But what we're covering is it's the last day of the trip. So we're going to bring you updates. Roger Shoemaker says drinking tea with the CCP. Yeah, he's going to have tea and lunch. Ooh, I have a street view. Hold on, I like the street view. I got street view back. This is fun. I like to see the street view camera. So hang on, I'm going to get you the street view camera from Beijing. I think this is outside where President Trump is staying. Yeah, view of the Four Seasons Hotel where Trump is staying. Let's get the street view of the Four Seasons Hotel. That's interesting with the street view. But I'm going to have to put my headphones on. Hold on a moment. We're going to pull the street view up right now for you. Right now for you. One moment, please. All right, let's go to Street View. It's Street View time. Oh my gosh, it is Street View in Beijing of the Four Seasons, or near the Four Seasons Hotel where Trump is staying. Hold on. Let me get this set up correctly. Get you some audio too. Street View. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. We'll keep an eye on this. Semaphore said yesterday those cops were enemies, now they're friends. The police seemed to have a bit of an issue yesterday with one of the cameras that was there. Yesterday, but seems good now. So we're going to talk about this. You can see the clock. President Trump is meeting again with Xi in an hour and 28 minutes. I really appreciate people being here for the stream. I want to say thanks to our moderators. Roberts, May Queen, and Haley Girl are moderating on YouTube, and Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating there. Thank you. Thanks also on YouTube to Jason D in California and Jessica, who says, can we trust their AQI data? I wasn't using their AQI data. I was using these different, I believe they're popular AQI websites. So I was not using China's data. Now, where do these sites get their data? I don't know, but I mean, yesterday it said 151. I assume they have ways of measuring this that are not just listening to what China says. I assume that. I don't know for sure. That'd be my assumption. I can look it up. So according to Gemini AI, the most famous alternative source for air quality data in Beijing is the U.S. Embassy and consulates. The U.S. Embassy has its own air monitoring equipment. Also, they say websites like AQICN pull data from multiple sources. That includes satellite estimates. So they don't have to rely on Chinese government for their air quality data. Thank you, Jason D in California. Thank you also, KC3DLL, for being a member. And Jeff TE88PFCR, thanks so much for your support. Jeff says, President Trump wins again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Jeff, for your support. I really appreciate all your support. Hey, I want to, you know what, I forgot to thank the rest of the moderators. My bad. On Twitch, we have Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you for moderating there. Thanks, Subron, for subscribing on Twitch, and Azizat for subscribing on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. And over on Facebook, that's the Four Seasons Hotel, by the way. I believe it is. That's the Four Seasons Hotel, by the way. Why am I hearing? Oh, I see. I'm going to look this up. I can't confirm. I can't do Street View on Google Maps in China. It won't let me do Street View. According to AFP, this is the Four Seasons Hotel where Trump is staying, is what we're looking at. Oh yeah, I'm seeing a picture online of it, which certainly seems to match the building. Oh, it says it right on the top there, doesn't it? I think it says it right up here. I don't know if you guys can see that. I believe it says it right up here. I don't have it blown up on my screen. I wonder if I can blow it up on my screen. It's just going to mess everything up. Well, that messed everything up. Yes, it says it on the top. It says Four Seasons Hotel right on the top. Okay, so I guess maybe we'll see the motorcade when he leaves. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you again to our moderators. Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Kay Lowry Body, moderating there on Facebook. And Darren Charlot's a mod in training. Thanks, Darren. I appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Mark Westbrook. Hey, Mark, that's really nice of you. Mark Westbrook, thank you. Andrew Morris, our viewer, thinks Trump's time in China has flown by. We got some statements since we were last on the air about what happened in the talks yesterday. So, I mean, it's not going to tell us everything that happened in the talks, but I'll show you those in a second. A lot of police out there. Leslie Ladyhawk says it's an amazing hotel. Jeff TE88 claims there are commitments from Xi to assist in ending the Iran war and commitments for large purchases of U.S. agricultural products, etc. I didn't see anything specifically about commitments to assist in ending the war, but I'll show you some of the statements that came out. It's possible there's stuff I haven't seen. Thank you so much, Jeff, TE88, and also Frankly Speaking. Frankly Speaking gave 5 people memberships in the chat. That's really nice of you, Frankly Speaking. Thank you. Make sure you thank Frankly Speaking or somebody else if they gave you a membership. Oh, so the first thing I want to do, let me show you the schedule for today. I'm going to show you the schedule for today. Here we go. Oh, I see some cars. Hold on, I see some cars. What's happening? Now, the tea isn't for another hour and 20 minutes. Is this some sort of caravan? It looks like it. But, I mean, the tea isn't for an hour and 20 minutes. Is he going over now? I don't know what's going on, guys. Seems like a pretty big caravan to me. Is he heading out? I mean, at a certain point, how many caravans are there going to be? I don't know well, hold on. I feel like the one last night was bigger when it was his. Maybe that was one of the officials, but not him. One of the other officials. Oh, we got a second camera angle. Second camera angle. One of our viewers, Wyatt, says, could have been one of the big tech elites. Timothy says, probably Secret Service advance team. Man, my schedule is all screwed up now because we've been doing this. We were up really late last night to cover this. So it's like China time. It's 12 hours, 12 hours difference. Oh, camera zooming in. Camera is zooming in. Huh. Thanks, Billy B35, for being a member. Thanks, Billy. Oh, what's this? All right, here's the schedule for today. Here is today's schedule. Now remember, it is currently 10:12 a.m. China time. So what do we have? 11:30 a.m., the president participates in a greeting and friendship photo with the president of the People's Republic of China. I hope the White House is showing that. 11:40 a.m., the president participates in a bilateral tea with the president of the People's Republic of China. 12:15 p.m., which will be 12:15 a.m. Eastern. The president participates in a bilateral lunch with the president of the People's Republic of China. So a photo and tea and lunch with President Xi, and then President Trump departs Beijing. Don62 says, big, beautiful photo. Now, people are taking some pictures, it looks like. I don't know about you guys. My body clock is really screwed up from the China streams. True Blunt says it's a lot easier on the West Coast. Still a big time difference, though. Bog Katie says, I hope they discussed Canada. We'll also probably take a look at what President Trump had to say last night. I didn't have live video. We weren't even on when it happened, but I didn't have live video of the banquet last night. But the White House released a video after the fact of the state dinner, they had. So we might look at some of that too. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned True Blunts, that Trump posted something on True Social several hours ago. We'll look at that as well. Why don't we look at a couple things here? Let's show you what the White House said about the talks yesterday. Now, just as a reminder, people. Just as a reminder, so when President Trump and Xi started meeting yesterday, during the meeting, the Chinese state media posted this statement during the meeting, and then the Chinese Foreign Ministry posted it after the meeting. And the statement said, President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the U.S. That came out during the meeting, which I thought was a bit odd. Old Man Yells at Cloud says, I don't like the sound of that. So we had talked about that last night. But I wanted to just make sure people saw that as background. Anatolian Alt thinks that China timed these events when Trump would be the most tired. It's a form of psychological warfare. I'm guessing the Trump team had to agree to the schedule too. Spotty Knot thought Trump looked dejected after the meeting. So here's what the White House posted after we were off the air last night. About what they discussed yesterday. If I can pull it up here. Here it is. This is the White House statement from yesterday. Actually, what I'll do is let me get the whole thing on screen for you. President Trump had a good meeting with President Xi of China. The two sides discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation between our two countries, including expanding market access for American businesses into China and increasing Chinese investment into our industries. Leaders from many of the United States' largest companies joined a portion of the meeting. The presidents also highlighted the need to build on progress in ending the flow of fentanyl precursors into the United States, as well as increasing Chinese purchases of American agricultural products. The two sides agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open to support the free flow of energy. President Xi also made clear China's opposition to the militarization of the Strait of Hormuz and any effort to charge a toll for its use, and he expressed interest in purchasing more American oil to reduce China's dependence on the Strait in the future. Both countries agreed that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Interestingly, this White House readout of the meeting did not mention Taiwan at all. So that's what the White House said. David says Xi is scheduled to visit the U.S. in September. I believe President Trump asked him that last night. Is that a definite yes at this point? I'm not sure. We might take a look at the last night clip in a little bit. Waltham Mass said no mention of Taiwan in that statement. Glue Man says, what do we think of that font? By the way, thank you again to Jeff. Jeff T88 PFCR, so nice of you, Jeff. Jeff says, I guess this statement makes me right again. Thank you, Jeff, for all your support. Made 2 donations. Thank you, Jeff. Well, more than that, but just in the last few minutes. Thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate it. Also, Stephen Briones. Jeff thinks Trump is treated better by the Chinese citizens than he is by the left in the U.S. That's what Jeff said. Thanks also, Stephen Briones. Hey, let's, I want to show you, first of all, let's get back to the There's China Live. That's the Four Seasons Hotel where Trump is staying. Is that like a weird... I feel like the audio is a little funky on this. Right? Well, we can hear the voices, but it feels like we're hearing... Maybe the person's next to a fountain or something. Hearing the smog, says Yu Mi Bong. Faculties thinks it's the wind. I don't know. Sometimes there's an issue with the audio and the camera, but I think it might be just water or something. It's not raining. I can ask about it. I'll ask about it. 1 hour and 6 minutes until we have a photo, a friendship photo coming up, a greeting and friendship photo with Trump and Xi, then bilateral tea with Trump and Xi, and then bilateral lunch with Trump and Xi, and then Trump leaves. Jerry Kovac says, very cool to see some videos of China. Yoda thinks there's a fountain behind the camera. Natasha said the cameraman passed a fountain yesterday. So maybe that's what we're hearing. Oh, I wanted to show you something else that President Trump posted today that one of our viewers had mentioned. His Truth Social post. So President Trump posted on Truth Social about President Xi referring to the U.S. as perhaps being in decline. And I don't know that this was something that was actually said by Xi in the last day. What I can tell you is, for example, the Wall Street Journal said, oops, now what happened here? What happened? There it is. The Wall Street Journal says it's not clear if President Xi said that America was in decline during the summit. It's something he has said in recent years. He has said the West is declining. And the journal says Chinese leadership and state-controlled media and political analysts applied the phrase the West is declining to the U.S. Anyways, so I don't know if this is based on something that she said in the last day. But President Trump said, when President Xi very elegantly referred to the U.S. as perhaps being a declining nation, he was referring to the tremendous damage we suffered during the 4 years of sleepy Joe Biden in the Biden administration. And on that score, he was 100% correct. Our country suffered immeasurably with open borders, high taxes, transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, DEI, horrible trade deals, rampant crime, and so much more. Then he says President Xi was not referring to the incredible rise the U.S. has displayed to the world. during the 16 spectacular months of the Trump administration, and he goes on to list his list achievements, he says, of the Trump administration. He said, President Xi congratulated me on so many tremendous successes in such a short period of time. Then he says, 2 years ago, we were in fact a nation in decline. On that, I fully agree with President Xi, but now the U.S. is the hottest nation anywhere in the world, and hopefully our relationship with China will be stronger and better than ever. So again, it's not clear. Is he referring to something Xi said yesterday, or just something Xi has said over previous years? And if that's the case, then why was he posting it yesterday? I'm not sure. Or why was he posting this today? I'm not exactly sure. Well, Ninja Baseball Batman says that Xi mentioned the Thucydides trap. Well, the Chinese Foreign Ministry posted yesterday. I'm not aware that President Xi said that. The Chinese Foreign Ministry yesterday posted something mentioning, I think I'm right about this. We posted this. The post from, we talked about this overnight. Hold on. We talked about this overnight that the Foreign Ministry posted yesterday that, oops, that's not what we want. The Chinese Foreign Ministry posted that President Xi noted that transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to another crossroads. Can China and the U.S. overcome the Thucydides trap? Now, I don't know if Xi actually used that term yesterday, but the Thucydides trap is, according to Wikipedia, it's a term popularized by American political scientist Graham Allison to describe an apparent tendency towards war when an emerging power threatens to displace an existing great power as a regional or international hegemon. I don't know that Xi may be mentioning the Thucydides trap is what President Trump was talking about in True Social when he said Xi talking about the U.S. being in decline. Seems like a long way to go. Oh, did they fix the audio? Or did they just turn it down? I think the audio is a little better. I'm not sure. They might have just turned it down. And by the way, I have to thank again Jeff TE88 at PFCR. Jeff, thank you so much for all your support. Jeff said Xi had his military band play YMCA in honor of Trump making America great again. Was that at the dinner? Because I didn't watch the dinner, although I have some video of it, which I might show. Well, I can't play that on, if that happened, I can't play that on the air because of copyright. But I don't know if that, I haven't heard that, but I wasn't watching the dinner, the whole dinner. I didn't remember hearing that yesterday during the ceremony. True Blunt says there was a photo of the music to be played and YMCA was listed. Oh, as he descended from the plane? Is that true? I didn't watch the video, the whole video of him arriving on the plane. Yes, it was during the state dinner. Because the New York Post says that during the state dinner, the Chinese military band played YMCA. Maybe we should look at what President Trump said during the so loud during the dinner last night. By the way, our viewer PJ Bachman says Taiwan manufactures a huge share of high-end AI chips, strategically important and a major threat to our economic markets if things go awry. That's what PJ said. In case you're wondering about the oil price, by the way, we're going to talk some about the war in Iran as well. But if you're wondering about that, what I can tell you is that it's pretty similar to yesterday. It's pretty similar to the last 2 days. Here is TradingView. I got to turn that down. This is TradingView. You can go to tradingview.com and you can say that that is the Brent crude oil price right now. The last couple days, it's been pretty similar. I'll show you the 5-day chart, actually. There's the 5-day chart. Right now, it's about 107. Got down to about 104 a few days ago, but hasn't fluctuated that much in the last few days. WTI, West Texas crude, also pretty similar to where it has been. Now, what's this? I don't know what that is. When did that happen? Some of you might know. Why was there all of a sudden a $4 drop in West Texas crude? I'll have to look that up. If that really happened. I do think once in a while I look at a chart and there's like a drop on one chart and it's not there on the other charts. Let me see also. I'll check another chart for this. Ooh, I see a police car. Does bar chart have it on there? I'll see. I'll check that. So we want West Texas crude on bar chart. All right, so here's bar chart. You can go to barchart.com and check that out. And if we go to the 1-day chart, yeah, see, I'm looking at bar chart right now, and I'm not seeing that sudden drop of $4. So I don't know what that's about. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't, or maybe there's something specific to that graph, but that's the 1-day bar chart for West Texas crude, and it doesn't have it a sudden $4 drop. It says, now this says, although hang on a second here. Am I looking at the right one? I might be looking at the wrong one. That's possible. I might have screwed that up. Oh, what's happening here? I know July is the right one. I was looking at June. We want July. My fault. Anyways, let's look at this for a second. I don't know what's happening here. I'm looking at bar chart. Oh, sorry. The camera froze for a moment. I have to unfreeze myself. Let me unfreeze myself. Sorry about that. I am unfrozen. Just to answer about bar chart, this is the correct futures for bar chart, WTI, that's the July future. And again, I on the one-day chart, I don't see the some sudden drop. So I don't know if this is some sort of weird blip. Anyways, but you can see TradingView has it 98.65. Bar chart has it at 98.49. It's a little behind on bar chart, so same rough area. But again, hasn't really, it's a bit up from earlier in the week. It's not a huge amount up. So we'll keep an eye on that too. No, that bar chart is a futures. It's not physical, it's futures. It's July. The one I was just showing you is July futures. Ruth says, I'm happy it sounds like rain. I think it's a fountain or something. Let me just see here. All right, so just to get us all on the same page, first of all, what you're looking at is in Beijing, looking towards the Four Seasons Hotel where Trump is staying. And I believe Trump has not yet left to go. He's going to, in a short while, Trump is going to head out to do a friendship photo with President Xi, and then a tea with President Xi, and then a lunch with President Xi, and then Trump leaves China. This is the final talks before Trump leaves. Ooh, I see a car moving. So hopefully we'll get to see the not that it's overly exciting, but hopefully we'll get to see the motorcade. So we're bringing you live coverage and updates. As the camera pans out, we're taking your comments. We've been updating you on the talks. And we're going to give you some war updates as well. And we'll see what happens. And I'm hoping to have some live footage from at least the photo and the tea. We'll see what the White House has on offer. And we don't really, I mean, it's not really clear. I showed you what President Trump said or what the White House said about the talks and a little bit about what China said. There was another statement from China too. But, you know, they put out these statements about what was said, but we don't know really what was really like in the meetings, in the meeting yesterday. What I'd like to do is see if I can get you that statement from China. Thanks, Gamer Chris and the Ringa X for being members. Thank you. The Ring of X says $5 is fine for me to go 25 miles. Do you mean gas price, the Ring of X? Fox News has a headline today that says White House readout on Trump-Xi meeting omits Taiwan as China centers on that issue with warning, which we talked about earlier in the stream. Okay, should we, I think, while we have a couple minutes, I think maybe we should see what President Trump had to say last night at the dinner, because we didn't even get to see that. We weren't on, and there wasn't live coverage of it that I could have shown you, even if we were on when that happened. So I can show you what Trump said last night at the dinner as we wait for today. But let's keep an eye on this, though. Pam BK, our viewer, says, huge national security issue, Taiwan and China. Tom Mix says, chances of Iran strike this weekend? Oh, I'm seeing, hold on. Now we're seeing more cars go by with lights on them. What's happening here? Doesn't look like the big motorcade yet. I don't know, though. Look at all these cars. Got the hold on emoji from some people. Maybe this is. We're seeing a lot of cars. We're seeing a lot of cars. Oh, maybe that's him. Is that him? Is this him right there? Did we just see Trump go by? Is that him in one of those two cars? I think we just saw Trump go by. I think we might have just seen Trump go by. What do you guys think? Oh, maybe we'll see him again on this shot. Right there and right there. Oh, we got to see him again. Oh, we saw him twice. Oh, we saw him twice. I think we just saw him twice. The beast, as one of the viewers said. You got to catch him twice. So Trump is en route, it looks like. Uncredible, says Tanks a lot. Looks like he's en route. I'll see if we hear anything from the White House press pool. Now, I know Trump did an interview today with Hannity. I can't just run the Hannity interview. I don't have the rights to show you Fox News. I wonder if there'll be a transcript that comes out. King Skies official says they were flying by. Armin says the amount of people thinking this meeting is a success for Trump is scary. That's what Armin said. Now, these people are still there, though. I mean, it certainly looked like we just saw him leave. Quick shout out to our moderators. Haley Girl is moderating. Ruth Roberts Mayqueen. I really appreciate it. They're all there moderating right now on YouTube. Over on Twitch, Idaho Star, I got that fire. Surly Dev, big thanks. On Facebook, we have moderating. Okay, that shot went down because they went by already. Hold on, let me go to the other shot. We want this one. There it is. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. This is no longer Four Seasons Hotel. And Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Paul Anderson, Michael Fergal, mod in training. Darren Charlo, mod in training. Thank you, all of our moderators. And anybody else I might be missing. So 40 minutes until the tea. Jeff TE88 thinks it was a huge success, the meeting. We should watch. Why don't we, while we're waiting, let's check out from last night. I'll say footage of state dinner from last night. Okay, so what we're going to do is try to get that on the screen for you so you can see a little of that while we wait to get some stuff from today. Excuse me. There it is. Now we don't have to watch the whole thing, or it's like we don't have to watch the whole video, but let's just take a look and see some of what's in here.
President Xi Jinping and President Donald J. Trump.
So this is from last night. So let's just check out. Well, there's Eric Trump and Lara Trump. So we'll check out a little of this and we'll see how this looks. We didn't get a chance to see this last night. Again, this was last night, some footage from the state dinner. And I'll show you what President Trump had to say.
Xi Jinping 主席为特朗
Hold
普
on,
总
hold on a
统
moment.
对中国进行国事访问举行的欢迎宴会现在开始。
The welcoming banquet hosted by President Xi Jinping for President Donald J. Trump now begins.
首先，请习近平主席致辞。
Now a toast by President Xi.
Should we watch President Xi's toast from last night? Let's see we'll see what President Xi said during his toast. People want to see what Xi said, President Xi.
尊敬的特朗普总统，女士们、先生们，很高兴为特朗普总统对中国进行国事访问举行国宴。首先，我代表中国政府和中国人民
There's no translation on it.
对特朗普总统
Well,
和
I
美
thought this
国
might
代
have a
表团
translation on it, but there's none.
表示热烈欢
So I
迎。
might forward through this if we don't hear translation. Let's see.
这是一次历史性访问。今年
I
是
assume
中国
President Trump has like an
15
earpiece in or
开局的年
something?
14亿
Oh, they
多
say in
中国
English
人民
after? Hold on.
中国独立中美大复完全报复
year development
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. I see now. I see now.
to China.
Here we go.
Gentlemen, Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to host the state banquet in honor of President Trump during his state visit to China. On behalf of the Chinese government and people, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to President Trump and the U.S. delegation.
这是一次历史性
Now we
访
can
问。
now we can forward a little bit
与
till we get to the next
爱
translation.
国创新的争鸣，我在伟大
This is a history.
完全可以并行不悖，相互成就，造福世界。
This is a historic visit. This year marks the start of China's 15th five-year plan for economic and social development. The over 1.4 billion people of China, drawing on the rich heritage of our over 5,000-year civilization, are advancing Chinese modernization on all fronts through high-quality development. This year is also the 250th anniversary of American independence. The over 300 million American people are reinvigorating the spirit of patriotism, innovation, and enterprise, and ushering in a new journey for the development of the United States. The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
55年前，尼克松总统派基辛格博士访华。
And just to cut in here, as one of our viewers said, the White House press pool says that, now I haven't seen the message myself, but I guess I'm going to get it in my inbox shortly. But Kelly Meyer says the White House press pool says that Trump's motorcade is on the move, which we saw. We saw that, and we saw that happen about 10 minutes ago. So we're just checking out some of the dinner footage from last night, but hopefully we'll have some footage shortly from today. The first event today is the friendship photo between Xi and Trump, which is scheduled for 33 minutes from now. All right, let's keep hearing what President Xi said, but I'll forward through to the translation.
中美开展故事，尽两国人民总体稳定。
Sent Dr. 55 years ago, President Richard Nixon sent Dr. Henry Kissinger to visit China, and ping-pong diplomacy was carried out between our two countries. Through efforts of the two governments and peoples, the door that had remained frozen for over 20 years was opened, marking a milestone in contemporary international relations. From then on, China and the United States have written many chapters of friendship through mutual openness and cooperation. Under the new situation, President Trump and I, fully aware of the expectations of our two nations and the international community, have had multiple meetings and phone calls and kept China-US relations generally stable.
今天，我同特朗普总统就中美关系成为本的
China-US President Trump and I had
繁荣进步。
Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and the international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations and bring more peace, prosperity, and progress to the world.
尊敬的特朗普先生，80多个沿着正确
At the course of J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, friends, looking back at the course of China-US relations, whether or not we could have mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation is the key to whether the relationship can advance steadily. The world today is changing and turbulent. China-US relations concern the well-being of the over 1.7 billion people of both countries and affect the interests of the over 8 billion people of the world. Both sides should rise up to this historic responsibility and steer the giant ship of China-US relations forward, steadily and in the right direction.
最后，我提议为中美两国发展繁荣和人类在
relations and toast to the
干杯。
Now please join me in a toast to the development and prosperity of China and the United States and the well-being of our people, to the bright future of China-US relations and the friendship between the two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present. Cheers.
干杯。
Cheers.
Now we'll get to hear what President Trump said last night.
谢谢习近平主席。
Thank you, President Xi.
现在请特朗普总统致辞。
Next, a toast by President Trump.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please. .
感谢习近平主席。今天我
We
们
can
度
we
过了
can
非
forward
常
through
美
the
好的一天。
translation.
首先要感谢习近平主席这一盛大的欢迎。我们论我们今天早些能够为全人
The relationship between the
安全的未来。
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. The first American consul to China, Samuel Shaw, arrived on the first American trading ship to reach these shores in 1784. The Chinese merchants had a name for the Americans. They called their visions the New People. 2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
美国人民和中国人民之间的友谊可以
Real quick, I want to mention to you update from the White House press pool. The motorcade with President Trump arrived at Zhangannanai about 7 minutes ago. The press pool did not see the president. He's in the motorcade, though. The White House said upon arrival, Trump will be met by His Excellency Xi Jinping. They will participate in a friendship photo. Roads were cleared for the drive, and civilians on the sidewalks filmed on their phones as the motorcade rolled by. Only a small restricted press pool, which is already in place, is being allowed inside. So I don't even know if there's going to be any kind of live shot of this friendship photo appearance, which was scheduled for between 11:30 and 11:40 a.m. Right now it's 11:04. So I will keep an eye out for it. But right now, I don't have any kind of live shot I can show you. I'm not seeing one anywhere, actually, even the press pool's footage. But I'll keep an eye out. I'm hoping the White House goes live soon, and we can show you some of that. We'll just watch the rest of what President Trump had to say last night. Then we'll take some of your comments, and we'll get you updates.
追溯到美国的艘美国的人到来的美国访后的今天，世界当中
From the beginning,
举足轻重的关系之一。
From the beginning, our citizens have shared a deep sense of mutual respect. Founding Father Benjamin Franklin published the sayings of Confucius in his colonial newspaper, and today's sculpture, recognizing that ancient Chinese sage, is carved into the face of the United States Supreme Court very proudly.
从一开始，我们两国之间的人民就已经有深厚的相互的尊重。美当中法这个人进行致敬。
Admirers of the appreciation ran in both directions. Chinese admirers of President George Washington gifted a stone tablet honoring his memory to adorn the Washington Monument. It bears the words of a Chinese official who called the great general and statesman a hero among men.
这一种欣赏是相互伟大的将军
Grew into a relationship, and across the centuries,
人中豪杰。
this mutual esteem grew into a relationship that reflected the tremendous talent and potential of our two people. Chinese workers helped lay the railroad tracks that connected our Atlantic coast to the Pacific. American travelers to China helped spread literacy and modern medicine. And at the request of China's ambassador, it was President Theodore Roosevelt who provided the funds to establish President Xi's alma mater, Tsinghua University.
在过去几百年当中，这种比对等当时是自律中国中建。
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans. Chinese restaurants in America today outnumber the 5 largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
那么，作为二战期间的盟国，罗斯到了朝
This bond of
的中餐的店面还要多。
This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work, we value courage and achievement, we love our families, and we love our countries. Together we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children, this region, and the world. It's a special world with the two of us united and together.
那么，至于商业当中的纽带以及我们的相互尊重、美动，我们都崇尚我们的国家，创造出未来，为我们的子孙、为本地区以及全
President Xi,
造福。
thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th, and we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship, and I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
那么，再一次感谢习主席，感谢这一美好的欢迎。那么今天晚上，我也想借此机会向您以及彭女士提出邀请，于9月24号邀请你们出访白宫。那我也希望，针对美国人民和中国人民之间深厚的以及持久的友谊，我提议我们进行举杯。那么我们这两国关系是非常独特的一项关系。
Thank you, everybody.
感谢，
Thank you, everybody, very much.
感谢。
I think then they sit down and eat. I have a copy of the menu. The menu is pretty good. All right, so that was last night. So you got to see, we saw that he invited him and his wife for the 24th of September. And we're waiting to see if we get footage from the events coming up in the next few minutes. I don't see it yet. Let me just real quick here, before we do anything, one moment. Okay, what I want to show you, yeah, I have the menu. Where is it here? I think I had it from the banquet menu. Banquet menu. Here is the banquet menu. Via the White House press pool. Banquet menu. Here it is. This was last night. Banquet menu according to White House via Danny Kemp. Hors d'oeuvres. Can I pronounce everything right? Lobster in tomato soup. Crispy beef ribs. Beijing roast duck. Stewed seasonal vegetables. Slow-cooked salmon in mustard sauce. pan-fried pork bun, trumpet shell-shaped pastry, tiramisu, fruits and ice cream. Hectate says roast duck sounds good. KD says yum. Log Drivers Walt says looks good. Anatolian Alt says that is a succulent Chinese meal. Wisco Joe says that's a good-looking menu. On Journey says no fortune cookies, ? Doesn't say it. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I never have tiramisu. I never have it, and I don't even know how to pronounce it. So I don't even know if I pronounce it right or wrong, to be honest. I've had it. It's not really my thing. I have it rarely. I honestly don't know how it's pronounced. As crazy as that sounds. It is, I'm looking it up, tiramisu. Tiramisu? I don't even know. Someone help me out. Tiramisu? Did I get it right? Is it a long U sound or not? I don't even know. Hang on, I'm going to listen to it right here. Let's see. Give me a second here. I'm going to listen for myself and see what I hear. Yeah, tiramisu. I guess I got it right. Tiramisu. All right. Well, so there. So there. Anyways. So that was the menu. By the way, thanks again, Jeff TE88 has been so generous. Jeff TE88 PFCR. Thank you for your support. Jeff says that Xi agreed to buy oil, massive agricultural products, and offered to help the Iran war. I want to show you some reporting on this. I don't know. I haven't heard myself of those firm commitments, but I haven't read every single report about this. Here is something, by the way, I'm keeping an eye out. So President Trump and President Xi are supposed to take a friendship photo in about 14 minutes. I don't have any footage of that yet. Even the press pool, I don't believe, is showing footage of that yet. The White House, the network pool. So I'm keeping an eye out, but I'm hoping that the White House goes live shortly and we can get some footage of what's going on today. So 11:30. Ooh, let me put the clock back up. Well, you can see it here. See, it says it's 11:16 a.m. right now, China time. So 11:30 is the photo. 11:40 is tea with Trump and President Xi, and then at 12:15 is lunch, and then Trump leaves. Laco Banks thinks China likes to make promises they don't make good on. Brian says it will be nice to see them together again. Good country relationship to maintain. I would have to think the White House will go live. Although what the White House did with the banquet last night with the state dinner is they were not live during the dinner. They posted the video after the dinner. So here's what Reuters says. Reuters says President Trump and China's Xi Jinping are expected to meet today, again in just a few minutes, to wrap up a 2-day state visit that has featured pomp and business deals, but also a warning from Xi that mishandling the Taiwan issue could send relations spiraling. Trump is on the first visit by a U.S. president to China, America's main strategic and economic rival, since his last visit there in 2017, and has been seeking tangible results to beef up his dented approval ratings, Reuters says, ahead of crucial midterm elections. President Trump said on Truth Social, hopefully our relationship with China will be stronger and better than ever before. He described, on Hannity today, on a interview on Hannity, President Trump described Xi as a warm person, but all business in a pre-recorded interview. Trump and Xi are set to have tea and lunch at the walled-off Zhongnanhai complex, a former imperial garden that houses the offices of Chinese leaders before Trump departs. The summit has been aimed at maintaining a fragile trade truce struck when the leaders met last met in October, and Trump suspended triple-digit tariffs on Chinese goods, and Xi backed away from choking global supplies of vital rare earths. On Thursday, President Xi told Trump that negotiations on trade issues had reached balanced and positive outcomes without elaborating. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, who is with Trump in China, told Bloomberg TV on Friday that it had not yet been decided whether to extend the truce the trade truce beyond its expiry date later this year. Deals on Chinese purchases of farm goods, beef, and Boeing aircraft have been firmed up, Greer added, and progress was made on establishing mechanisms to manage future trade, with both sides expected to identify $30 billion of non-sensitive goods. The Taiwan issue should not push that off the rails, said Greer. Trump told Fox News that China had agreed to order 200 Boeing jets, its first purchase of U.S.-made commercial jets in nearly a decade. That was far short of the roughly 500 that markets had expected, and Boeing shares fell more than 4% after the comments. I wonder if we can see that over on, for example, TradingView. If I pull up Boeing, stock, let me just do it this way. No, let's do it this way. Boeing on TradingView. Boeing stock. Boeing Company. Okay, here's the days. So, did it go down when the announcement? Is that when the announcement happened? You can see it opened. It was down 4.73% on the day. Ninja Baseball Batman thinks it dropped 4% like 4% right after. I mean, that seems to be the big drop right there. Oh, if we go to the 5-day, this is the 5-day chart here. So the big drop came, this is a day ago, at the start of the day here. Anyways, that is that's from TradingView, by the way. Oops, what I need to do is go. Give me a moment. Let me check one other thing out here. You can see that, by the way, on tradingview.com. hold on, let me just make, the White House is not live yet. No, the White House is not live at the moment. We were giving you an update on the talks. This Reuters article was talking about it. Oh, in addition to the Boeing stuff, Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, also told Bloomberg TV today, Friday, that U.S. export controls on semiconductor chips were not a major discussion. Greer said in comments that suggest a breakthrough on selling NVIDIA's advanced H200 chips to China remains far away, despite NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang's last-minute addition to the trip. Trump has also been expected to urge China to convince Iran to make a deal with Washington to end a war unpopular with American voters. Reuters says, but Trump's hand has been weakened in Beijing after U.S. courts curbed his ability to levy tariffs at will, and price increases driven by the Iran war have made him politically vulnerable at home, says Reuters. I had read this to you before, but a brief summary of Thursday's talks from the White House highlighted what the White House called the leaders' shared desire to reopen the Strait of Hormuz off Iran, and Xi's apparent interest in American oil purchases to pare China's dependence on Middle East supply. Trump told Fox News President Xi would like to see a deal made, and he did offer. He said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. We'll take some comments from you guys. President Trump and President Xi are supposed to take a photo in 5 minutes, but I don't know if there's going to be any live footage of it at all. I'm not seeing any at the moment of the photo. Miss Link says just a little joyride on Air Force One is all they got? Hold on a second here. Hold on.
Nearly a decade.
Hold on. Why am I hearing stuff? Why am I hearing things? What am I hearing? I'm hearing something. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? What's happening? Oh, that was a weird thing that was going on. Okay, I fixed it. Okay. I'm looking right now at Fox News and CNN and MS Now. None of them is showing a live shot. I'm looking at the U.S. network pool feed, which I can't show you, but it is not showing a live shot. And I'm also looking at the White House page, and it is not showing a live shot. I have this live shot, which doesn't really help us at the moment. This one, I'll just show you for a second, though. So hopefully, again, the White House goes live sometime soon. But they're at this, the White House press pool said that they're at this place that might not even have a cell signal inside. Oh, hold on. I have an update for you. I have an update from the White House press pool. Let's read it together. Let's read it together. This is from Danny Kemp in the White House press pool. He says, I'm reading it along with you. It just came out. First glimpse of President Trump was as he entered the Zhongnanhai Garden with Xi. The press pool was not in a position to see the arrival. Xi was talking to Trump, and the president was admiring the garden. Chinese official then moved your press pooler back from his position, saying Trump and Xi wanted to have a private discussion. No further details on that yet. I should update the headline because they're meeting again now. Trump meeting again with Xi now on final day of China visit. Okay. From the White House, upon arrival, President Trump will be met by His Excellency Xi Jinping. They will participate in a friendship photo. The walled gardens that Trump and Xi are currently walking through are compact but beautiful, with low walls, ornamented Chinese roofs, winding paths, roses in pink, yellow, and red, manicured lawns, and carefully tended trees. It's so quiet you can hear birdsong. In contrast to much of the rest of Beijing, a clock chimed 11 as the president arrived. A Chinese minder told us it was a very private place. Ahead of the president's arrival, there were several logistical discussions between Chinese and U.S. officials, with press pool placings being apparently changed at the last minute. The Zhongnanhai compound itself is huge and cut off from the outside world. The press pool drove along the edge of a willow-bordered lake, and Chinese minders escorted us to a well-appointed holding room. And we were then told that the room was meant to be for the president and moved. Chinese minders told us no filming or photography until the event started. Interesting. Will we get a stream from the White House? I don't even know. Hang on. Give me one moment here. And again, there's not even coverage of it on the U.S. network pool. Hey, thanks to Jeff. We don't use that phrase here, Jeff. But thank you, Jeff TE88PFCR. I really appreciate it, Jeff. Also, DTEX 1836. And Stephen Briones. Thank you, Stephen Briones. Also, thanks to Subron and Azizat for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. All right, so we're waiting to see, will we get some live footage here? We don't know. But they are right around now. Oh, I can take my clock off because they have started meeting again. They're both, no, not that. I can take away the clock because they have started hanging out with each other. They're supposed to take that photo. They're at this complex. It's called the Zhongnanhai complex. Let's see if I can show you something about that. Gary Wolcott says Fox just showed limos pulling into the complex. That would have been a little while ago because they got there about half an hour ago. Hey, look. Zhongnanhai, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong. It is a compound which hosts the offices and serves as a residence for the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and the State Council. It is a former imperial garden and located adjacent to this forbidden city in Beijing. The term Zhongnanhai is often used as a metonym for China's central government and its leadership at large. Here is a picture from Wiki Little Overlord on Wikipedia. It's a little hard to see the picture. I'll get it better for you. That's where they are now. Doesn't show you the garden, though. Anyways, let's see if we can find... Ooh, the Pavilion of the Water and Cloud. That's a picture from of the compound as well. So that is where they are right now. White House, anything White House? White House still not live? Earlier, where is it here? Now I can't find it. So hoping to have some video for you. Hoping to have some. I do have this other shot of Beijing, which I can show too. Hold on, why is this not behaving itself? Why is this not behaving itself? Here we go. I appreciate you being with us late night for our coverage of Trump meeting with President Xi, the summit, for the second day. We're going to talk a little more about the Iran war too, when we get a second. President Trump reportedly having a private conversation as he walks in a garden with President Xi just a few minutes ago. So President Trump, according to Fox News, President Trump told Fox News today that President Xi pledged to not provide military equipment to Iran and offered to help end the conflict during their meeting. I can't verify that. That's what President Trump is saying. President Trump told Hannity that Xi said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement, Trump said. He said that today. That's a big statement. Said that strongly, said Trump. Trump said Xi offered to help broker a resolution to the conflict, saying, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Alicia McDonald says he never posted that on Truth. Yeah, this is what he told Fox News today. Miss Link thinks it's a step forward if true. Nolan says what he says is always meaningless. So Trump right now is apparently taking a friendship photo with Xi, but there's no live coverage of it that I can see. Maybe we'll get live coverage from their tea. At 11:40, they're supposed to have tea. And that's in about 3-4 minutes. Thanks, 31 Rowan. I appreciate it, 31 Rowan. Pamela Smith says, what does she want in return, though? Tropical Dreams says, wonder if Trump will get to bring back some of the political prisoners with him? That's what our viewer Tropical Dreams said. NBC News today had a report that said families of Americans imprisoned in China appeal to Trump for help. They talk about 2 U.S. citizens who are in Chinese prisons on separate allegations of drug trafficking after their families say they were caught up in smuggling scams at the airport. These 2 citizens are Nelson Wells. What was it? No, it's not Nelson Wells. Yeah, Nelson Wells Jr. and Don Michelle Hunt. They are both in Chinese prisons. You can. That was an article on NBC News today. Also, according to USA Today, a Senate resolution that passed today. Oh, here it is. This is a U.S. Senate resolution that passed today that said President Trump should prioritize securing the release of a number of people listed here detained by China. They say that China has arrested Chinese, American, and British citizens for the peaceful expression of speech or religion or such acts by family members. They talk about different people arrested here. I'll post a link to this in the chat. Calls on the president to prioritize securing the release of these, what they say, wrongly detained individuals. I'll post a link to that in the chat if you want to read it. To the Senate resolution. Again, this is something more about families of 2 Americans jailed in China urge Trump to seek their release. This is from Reuters. The families of 2 Americans imprisoned in China for more than a decade are urging President Trump to seek their release during his summit. The cases involve Don Michelle Hunt, 54, a Chicago area artist and former flight attendant, and Nelson Wells Jr., a Louisiana native and father of 3, who were convicted on drug charges after what their families say were separate blind mule scams in which they were unknowingly used to carry narcotics. For Trump, securing the release of 2 ailing U.S. prisoners would offer a gain from a summit expected to be short on outcomes and tensions over trade around Taiwan. For Beijing, a humanitarian release of 2 Americans would be a low-cost gesture that could buy goodwill with the mercurial U.S. president at a sensitive moment in their relationship. Interesting. Advocates say the State Department has made a formal request to Chinese counterparts for both prisoners to be released on humanitarian grounds, and that Chinese officials have privately indicated a willingness to consider it if the appeal comes from a senior level. So could we see that happen today? I have heard nothing to say it is happening today. I don't want to get people's hopes up or anything, but you can see it being discussed here. There's actually a little video on this I might show you. Dr. McRib says, I am not a fan of the authoritarian side of China myself. I'm looking, by the way. I have not yet seen any live shot from the White House. So right around now, President Trump and President Xi are supposed to be having tea before they have lunch. They were already supposed to have taken a friendship photo. We know they were walking and having a private discussion in a garden, but I have not seen live footage of any of this. So I'm keeping an eye out. Oh, Gary Wolcott says Fox said they are awaiting shortly the release of recorded audio tapes of the meeting. Do you mean of the initial greeting between President Xi and President Trump a few minutes ago? I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye out for that. But while we have a second here, we were just talking about the story about these two Americans. No, that's not it. That's. I'm going to show you something a little more about that while I have a second. Here, right here. It's right here. Here's the video that goes along with that article I was just reading you about the two Americans imprisoned in China that the story was about. Right here. Let's check this out for a second.
In Louisiana, a U.S. Army veteran is holding on to hope ahead of President Donald Trump's meeting with China's Xi Jinping this week, and for a deeply personal reason. Nelson Wells Sr. is among families urging the president to press for the release of two Americans jailed in China. They are 52-year-old Nelson Wells Jr., a Louisiana father of three, and 54-year-old Don Michelle Hunt, a Chicago area artist and former flight attendant. Both were convicted on drug charges in cases their families say were blind mule scams, where they unknowingly carried narcotics and have been imprisoned for more than a decade. For Wells Sr., the wait has been devastating.
When a child calls and they're in a situation like that, you start to feeling, wow, I can't do anything. My child needs me and I can't help him. I can't do anything. And that's what made me go to the point where I checked out. I didn't care about cancer. I didn't care about my heart. It was all about my son. I could not help him.
For Trump, who has cast himself as a deal maker, securing their release would be a win from a summit expected to be short on outcomes. Well, Sr. believes the president can make that happen.
All we need is for somebody from officially high up, not anybody from the bottom ranks, but somebody high up, President Trump, to say, oh, by the way, I know I got this here going on, this, that, and the other, but y'all got two of my Americans, their parents and their family members that served my country well. Send them back home. What can we do to get them back home?
The summit comes at a tense moment in U.S.-China ties. For both sides, a humanitarian release could be a point of progress. In Chicago, Don Hunt's brother Tim says their appeal is simple and urgent.
They're both sick, and we're just asking for that humanity to overcome everything else, for humanity to overcome politics, to overcome everything, and just bring them home. That's all we're asking for.
Families say both detainees are in declining health. Hunt has developed serious health problems and needs blood transfusions, but is wary of prison doctors and reluctant to consent to surgery. Wells Jr. suffers from seizures, diabetes, high blood pressure, and other complications. Beyond health concerns, their absence is still deeply felt at home. Wells Jr.'s youngest daughter, now 12, has barely known her father. She was 6 months old when he was arrested, his family said. Tim Hunt says their father died in January, still waiting for his daughter's return.
My dad passed in January, and I promised him that I was gonna bring her home, and I want to keep that promise to him, so he can rest in peace. I want to keep that promise.
In Louisiana,
Feel terrible for the families. Obviously, feel bad for the people who are in jail. They've been in jail, I guess, over a decade. So I have no idea if that's something that's going to come up during the summit. Speaking of the summit, by the way, I just saw a new report from the White House press pool. So I want to show you that. Hiking with dog says, very sad. Old man yells at cloud, says that's a long time in jail. Vigilante says, too long, very sad. I don't know the specifics of those. I mean, I just know the basics that you saw there, but I can't speak to the specifics of exactly what happened and what China says versus what they say and all that stuff. But we'll see if we hear anything about it this week. Amy Celeste says, I hope they get to come home. Hey, let's talk about, so again, if I hear anything about that more, I'll certainly let you know. I appreciate viewers bringing the topic up. Here is a new White House press pool report that I'm just seeing right now from Danny Kemp, White House press pool. Let's look at it. After Xi and Trump talked privately in the garden at this at Zhongnanai, after their talk, which lasted at least 10 minutes and happened out of sight of the press pool, the President Trump and President Xi continued with their walk. These are the most beautiful roses anyone has ever seen, President Trump said. Your press pooler asked if the president was enjoying his visit. He didn't answer but gave a thumbs up. Chinese minders said no questions. The two leaders walked through a covered passageway with green columns and archways painted with birds and traditional Chinese mountain scenes towards the small square for the friendship photo. That friendship photo was also out of sight of the press pooler. Now they are in an ornate pavilion where Trump and President Xi are seated. Hegseth, Rubio, and Bessent are also there. President Xi is speaking about the history of the compound through a translator. He said he was sending rose seeds to Trump. Trump said they had made fantastic trade deals. I have another update too. I guess he's sending rose seeds because Trump said he liked the roses. All right, now there's another update here too. Let's see the next one. Oh, update on the tea. Update on the tea, which is a terrible way to phrase it, but one of you might have said that if I didn't say it. All right, so here is some information on the upcoming tea from the White House. So let me get that on the screen for you. Spy seeds. One of the viewers, C.A. Kush, thinks it's going to be spy seeds. All right. Bilateral tea. All right. Oh, just so you know. So I can't show this, but what's happening now is the White House press pool appears to be running, not White House, the network press pool. And again, I'm not allowed to steal the network press pool footage, but they appear to be running a video clip now of Trump sitting next to Xi. I'm guessing from a few minutes ago. But again, I'm not allowed to steal that footage. Yeah, I can see it on the White House press pool. They're like rewinding it back and on the network press pool, they're rewinding it back and forth. So this is footage, a little bit of footage of them sitting with each other. So you might see that on Fox News or CNN or something in a couple minutes. But if you see here, it says bilateral T information. Okay. Participants: President Trump, David Perdue, U.S. Ambassador to China, Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Pete Hegseth, and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. On the Chinese side, President Xi Jinping, He Kai-chi, Director of General Office of Central Committee for the CCP, He Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, He Lifeng, Vice Premier of the State Council, Ma Zhaozhu, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Xi Fang, Ambassador to the U.S. from China. And then bilateral lunch information, backdrop, Chuno Zhai artwork, venue, Chuno Zhai, format, bilateral working lunch with consecutive interpretation. Participants in the lunch are the same as in the tea, says Danny Kemp. Okay, so they're having a tea and then a lunch. And Scott Bessent, Ambassador David Perdue, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and Jamieson Greer are all there with President Trump. I don't even know if there's going to be any live shot of it. Maybe they'll put out a video after. So far, no live shot. We'll see what we get. We'll see what we get. Maybe we'll get word on what they're eating at lunch. Right now, Fox News is running that clip of them sitting together that I told you. It was on the White House. It was on the network. CNN now is also running it. Maybe the White House will actually post it. That might actually happen. Let me keep an eye on the White House social media. There's this clip of them from a few minutes ago, which is running on the network press pool now. But that's not live. All right, so we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get. Yeah, what they're showing now is this tape replay of Trump and Xi sitting together. And I see Bessent, Rubio, and David Perdue there, among others. If you turn it on CNN or Fox News, I'm guessing you will see it at the moment, this moments ago video of them with each other. Nothing from the White House yet, though. I do have a different shot of Beijing. I can show you that. Here is the other shot of Beijing. While we wait to see what else we get. Oh no, that's not it. We have to, there's a different shot. Hold on. Let me refresh it. Let me refresh it. There it is. I can see it now. hey, look, it's Beijing. It's another shot of Beijing for you. Here we go. Bananu thinks Besant will be begging China to buy U.S. bonds. See if I have any other updates I can give you while we're waiting to hear more and maybe see more. Oh, I have some more quotes from Trump's interview with Hannity today, on the last day. Trump suggested there could be a deal for China to buy oil from the U.S. after talks in Beijing. Trump told Sean Hannity, she said he likes the idea. I think it will happen. Trump said they've agreed they want to buy oil from the U.S. They're going to go to Texas. We're going to start sending Chinese ships to Texas and to Louisiana and to Alaska, Trump said. There were no immediate details of the deals, says AP. Hold on. President Trump was talking. What is he saying now? Or was he saying? He's thanking President Xi on this recorded statement that's being played now. It's an honor to be here. We'll be back. He'll be here on September 24th, and President Xi will be coming to the U.S., and we will be reciprocal trade. The visit will be reciprocal. We'll lay it on the line, and you'll walk away hopefully very impressed, like I'm very impressed with China, he said, Trump. And I want to thank you very much. It's been talking about how good his visit has been. This is this recorded appearance between them two from a few minutes ago. Okay? That's what's showing on Fox News and CNN right now. Final remarks before their last round of talks. I'm sorry I don't have this for you, but I can't steal the network pool footage. See if Trump says anything else in this clip. I'm watching it right now on TV. Set to Chill thinks absolutely nothing has happened over there. They're talking, I think, in Chinese on the clip now. She is speaking on this clip that's being played now on some of the networks from several minutes ago. But she is speaking. Infinite Skyline says, I've got to start learning Mandarin. Again, I'm seeing it on Fox and CNN, and that was it. Okay, and now they're kicking people out. But again, it was a video clip of just a few minutes of them sitting next to each other. That's it. So Fox News ended the clip. AP, by the way, says, will Trump announce any major business deals? The White House, ahead of the visit, insisted that Trump wouldn't be making the trip without an eye toward securing results before he leaves, suggesting there could be announcements coming on trade. Those could still come, with the U.S. side hoping to nail down Chinese commitments to buy U.S. soybeans and beef. Trump told Fox News that Xi had indicated a commitment for China to buy 200 Boeing jets from the U.S. The leaders yesterday discussed increasing agricultural purchases by the Chinese and opportunities for both sides to expand investment into each other's markets, according to the White House. Trump administration officials also want to work towards establishing a board of trade with China to address commercial differences between the countries. Trump, whose delegation for the trip included the CEOs of MasterCard and Visa, said he also raised with Xi expanding access to the China market for the U.S.-based credit card companies. Oh, and by the way, I'm seeing it right now. Again, I don't have the rights to this, but they are showing on the network pool a shot of this garden. It's empty right now, but they're showing a shot of the garden. And I just did see an update from the White House press pool. So let me put that on the screen for you. Here's an update from the White House press pool. New update about Xi and Trump meeting. It says, President made comments on Iran. This is from Danny Kemp, AFP White House correspondent. Here's what it says. President Trump made comments on Iran, on general ties. We've settled a lot of different problems that other people wouldn't have been able to solve. The relationship is a very strong one. We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar about how we want it to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. I think he just said this a few minutes ago. We want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing there. A little bit crazy, and it's no good. It can't happen. Then Trump went on to other topics, which Danny Kemp says I will send shortly. The press pool was ushered out while Xi was talking in response to Trump's comments, meaning it was impossible to ask questions. I think maybe this was from like what they showed on the video as well. I didn't see the whole video clip. Your press pooler is now back in the van. Reminder that the lunch is closed to the press. The lunch is closed to the press. I guess they're having tea and lunch now. Maybe they've already had the tea, actually. I think the lunch was supposed to start at 12:15. It's 12:06 right now. Space Turkey says that stinks. It's too bad we don't have more footage. No White House footage has been released. Subroutine says this was planned days ago. Miami Vice Fanatic says sounds like it could have been done through an email, the meeting? JD63 says same old BS. Wide Entertainment thinks China really hates the press. All right, so that was the latest update there. So I will say that again, I'm not allowed to steal it, but so what's happening right now is on the network press pool, which is the one that like Fox News and CNN, they have their own shared camera there. Trump is talking, well, looks like it's frozen. Is that what's happening? Oh, no. They're showing Trump and Xi entering like this garden and walking around this garden. But there's two people behind them. So I don't know if that's a replay or not, or if that's live. I have no idea. So yeah, they're now showing this. Okay, it's not live because on CNN and Fox News, they are now showing it's a video that was taken minutes ago of Trump and Xi walking through a garden. Oh, it's them posing for the photo. So there's some video. I bet the White House will eventually release this stuff, but they haven't yet. But there's video being played on Fox News and CNN right now of a few minutes ago when Xi and Trump posed for a photo in Zhongnanai Garden. So, for example, if you turned on CNN or Fox News right now, you'll see it. But I still haven't seen anything posted by the White House. Darcy says presidential glamour shots. I wonder if they're showing it. I could direct you to... Nope, Live Now from Fox is showing last night. Autism Mommy mentioned that Rapid Response did post a clip. Hey, thanks, Autism Mommy. So the White House just did post a clip of them sitting next to each other. All right. Good to know. Now I can show it to you. Hey, guys, this is the clip. Thank you, Autism Mommy, for mentioning this. I didn't realize they had just posted it on Rapid Response. Here is the clip that I was talking about a short while ago, that they were playing like 5 minutes ago on Fox and CNN. So we'll listen to this clip. Again, this is moments ago, well, a few minutes ago. President Trump meets with President Xi in Zhongnanai. I want to thank you very much. This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. We've really done some wonderful things, I believe. All right, let's listen to this.
I want to thank you very much. This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. He's a man I respect greatly. Become really a friend. We've known each other now 11 years, almost 12 years. That's a long time. And we've settled a lot of different problems that other people wouldn't have been able to settle. And the relationship is a very strong one. We've really done some wonderful things, I believe. We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. I mean, they closed it, and we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open, and we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy, and it's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we discussed a lot of other things also, and I think we're very much on agreement. We're going to have some further discussions now with the group. But I just want to thank President Xi and all of his representatives. We've become friendly with all of them. They're great people. And it's an honor to be here. And we'll be back. And I believe on September 24th or thereabouts, President Xi is going to be coming to the United States. And we will be reciprocal, like reciprocal trade. the visit will be reciprocal. We're going to lay it on the line, and we're going to have you're going to walk away hopefully very impressed, like I'm very impressed with China. And I just want to end by saying thank you very much. It's been really a great couple of days. Thank you very much.
There you go. That's what President Trump had to say a short while ago. They're going to be doing a working lunch now, though. I bet they'll post the clip from the garden, too. CC says, that's awesome. 67 Pepper said, I just paid $100 to fill up a mini truck FFS. So we'll be on the lookout for the other video.
I want to thank you very much. This has been
Hold on, from the garden. Maybe we'll get that shortly. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. One of our viewers mentioned, I hadn't heard about this. Oh, Drake released 3 new albums. For those of you who are Drake fans, he released 3 new albums at midnight, 15 minutes ago. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that. Kiwi says, what do you think Trump is going to do about Taiwan? Is he going to keep out of any conflict? I have no idea. That's a big question. There's a big question about whether Trump would, if China attacked Taiwan and tried to take it over, what would Trump's response be? We don't know. I have no idea. A lot of people trying to figure that out. Thank you, Kiwi, from writing in. Hang on a moment here. Our viewer PW360 mentioned that Trump told Sean Hannity in an interview on Thursday that he is not going to be much more patient with Iran. He said, I'm not going to be much more patient with Iran. No, I'm not. They should make a deal. Oh, I just saw it, by the way. As Autism Mommy pointed out, Rapid Response 47 has posted the other video. Remember I told you there were 2 videos that that were being played on the networks? One of Xi and Trump sitting together. The White House posted the other one. Thanks for letting me know, Autism Mommy. So here is the other video of them. I don't think it's the full video, but it's some of it. President Trump tours the gardens with President Xi at Zhongnanhai.
你看看这棵树，这是一个2棵树连在一起了，也是100多年前的一棵树。
History of over 100 years.
It's 100 years.
100年吗？哦。
不止啦，不止100吨。
非常不一般。Close to 200。非常不一般。
我告诉你，这边的树全部是在200-300年以上，那边还有一个400多年的树。
All the trees here around 200 to 300 years old, and the big one just behind.
那棵粗一点是
400 years old.
They live that long, these trees.
这些树真的能够活这么久？
是的，还有1000年的树。
And there are trees
在其他的地方。
thousands years old.
From other countries, presidents and prime ministers, does he bring them here?
在其他的国家来的元首啊、总统啊，或者是总理什么的，您作为国家主席，也都会到这边来接待他们吗？
很少。这个地方我们首先以前外事活动不在这里，后来有外事活动以后极少。
In the past, we never had state.
I want to hear that again. If when other presidents come, does he blank? See if I can hear that, what he said again.
And there are trees
在其他的地方。
thousands years old.
From other countries, presidents and prime ministers, does he bring them here?
在其他的国家来的元首啊、
Does he
总统
what?
啊，或者是总
From other countries, presidents and prime ministers, does he bring them here?
在其他的
Oh, he said when other presidents and other prime ministers come, does he bring them here?
国家来的元首啊、总统啊，或者是总理什么的，您作为国家主席，也都会到这边来接待他们吗？
很少。这个地方我们首先以前外事活动不在这里，后来有外事活动以后极少。
In the past, we never had state.
你看看。
I guess the answer was he never has. So President Trump said, ask him if when other presidents and prime ministers come here, does he bring them here? And I think the answer was he never has. Jas F says only true love gets to see the tree. Anyways, that was interesting. I couldn't quite hear at the end, but I saw Xi shake his head, and I thought I heard he never has, but I'm not sure. Goat Audits thought it was a staged question. Anyways, that was that clip. Dorn Machine says Trump is getting royal treatment. Is the garden on Google Earth? I don't know. I'll have to look up and see if I look it up on Google Maps what I get. I can take the clock off now because they're meeting. So they're having, I assume they've started their lunch. They're on the final event right now of the summit of Trump's visit, which is the working lunch with Trump and people like Rubio and Hegseth and Scott Bessent and a couple others, and a small group with President Xi. Yes, so this is, well, hold on. This is Google Maps, and this is Zhang. I think that's it right there. Is that it? No. I'm looking for Zhang Nanai. Where is Zhang Nanai? That says Zhang Nanai Postal Savings Office. It's right near the Forbidden City. I don't know if this is it's a compound. That says Zhongshan though. What if I look up the garden? Oh, Zhongshanai Garden. There it is. Zhongnanai Garden. Is that right? No, that's wrong. That's not even in Beijing. That's the wrong part of China. It's weird. I'm not seeing it on Google Maps. I'm probably just looking wrong. It's near the Forbidden City. Right, there's a Forbidden City. Is it just in here? I don't even know. No, now I'm confused. Is it? I'm so confused. Someone will tell me in the chat where it is. I'm not familiar, but looking it up did not help me. It's in the Forbidden City? Is it inside the Forbidden City? Look for big trees. Yeah, I don't see an obvious... There's some trees there. You know what? I bet I can look. This sounds like a job for AI. Where is... I bet AI can tell me. I bet AI can tell me. Immediately to the west of Forbidden City, you'll see it as a large restricted area containing two lakes. The main entrance on the map is Xinhuamen, the new gate of New China. I don't know if that's it. How about Beihai Park is just north of it? All right, Beihai Park is just north of the complex. Okay, all right, so that says Beihai Park. So this is it right there. I think it's right in here. Ah, okay. I think it's up here. I think? Unless this is the whole park. Maybe this is it. So confusing. Oh, where is... I'm doing the worst job of this. Terrible. What a terrible job I did for you. Can't even find it. I'm going to see if AI will just give me a link for Google Maps. That's what I should do. Now what did I do? Now what did I do? Give me Google Maps link for Zhang Garden in Beijing. What a sidetrack this stream has taken. Oh, Gemini says because it is a high security government compound, it does not have a standard public Google Maps listing. All right, so that's something. So Beihai, it's south of this park. I'm so confused. Anyways, can you give me latitude and longitude? I got a latitude and longitude. That was a good idea. Let's see if this works. All right, so supposedly, it said this is the central compound. This is the general center of the restricted area, it says here. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you guys. You guys can, I'll allow, you can look it up if you'd like. Now, getting back to things here. Oh, there's another update from the White House press pool. There's an update about lunch from the White House press pool. Oh, more Trump quotes, and an update about lunch. So, on a day with basically no live video, let's check out this update from the White House press pool. And this is from Danny Kemp of AFP. This is old school today because we don't have live video. This is like the pre-video era. Getting like wire reports. Okay, now, latest update from White House press pool. Hold on a second. Fit this a little better on the screen for you. Here we go. More Trump quotes in color. It says, Trump was heard saying on his way to the tea room that Xi was giving him roses for the rose garden. I believe it was reported that President Trump said that it's the most beautiful roses in the world there and in this complex, and Xi said he was going to send some seeds, rose seeds. Trump was heard saying on his way into the tea room that Xi was giving him roses from the rose garden. The room itself was opulent with a huge gold carpet, wood paneling, and large windows. Trump and Xi sat on armchairs with a table of flowers between them and vases with large bouquets of pink flowers behind them. Oh, this was in the video we saw. The White House posted a video from this room. We watched it already. The two delegations sat facing each other. More Trump quotes. We'll just play the video. This is just from that video. I'll play the video again. This is just the quotes from the video we saw. He said, we made some fantastic trade deals really for both countries. I'll play the video again in a second. All right, let's look at also what the next update about lunch says. Here's the update about, the update about lunch is quite short. Here is the update about lunch. Breaking lunch news. The two delegations have started, Trump and Xi have started their lunch with their delegations. The press pool has also started lunch after bags of McDonald's were delivered to the press pool vans. So that's not McDonald's for Trump and Xi. That's McDonald's for the press pool. Lulu says, oh my. Strong One says, feeding the press. Deadly Dylan says, delicious. I wonder if it tastes different in China. Last year, I was in Madrid for a little bit. I can't really eat fast food that much these days because it doesn't, my metabolism is kind of slow. So I can really take in a lot of calories that I will not be able to get rid of if I have it too much. But when I was in Madrid, For those of you who might remember, I got sick, as I usually do when I travel. So I was like super hungry. And it was late at night. And so I ended up at a McDonald's in Madrid. And I will say it did taste quite, I didn't notice a big difference in the taste of McDonald's in Madrid and the taste of McDonald's in the US. I can tell you that. DJ Dava says, same for many places overseas. Let's see here. Yeah, I did not notice a taste difference myself. Did they have the same stuff? A bunch of it was the same. I don't even remember. They might have had some different things, but a lot of it was the same, if not all of it. I didn't notice a lot of different stuff, but at the time I was sick and I was just like, I'm just going to get what I am used to. Anyway, so I don't know how it is in China. Let me just show you in case you didn't see it. So they're having the working lunch right now. It's the last event. They're at the last event before Trump leaves. By the way, another one of these are happening. There's supposed to be a ceasefire in Lebanon now, but this happens like almost every day now, I think. Israeli military. Urgent warning to residents of Lebanon located in the following towns and villages. In light of the terrorist Hezbollah's violation of the ceasefire agreement, the Israeli Defense Force is compelled to act against it forcefully. We do not intend to harm you. You need to basically get away at least 1,000 meters away from these areas. So this has been, I've seen announcements like this like the majority of days the last several weeks, I believe. At least when I look, seen a lot of these. So that's still going on. The fighting between, some level of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Just to update you. Let's look at, hey, by the way, thanks to Singha 640. Singha 640, our member, said, bet it's McDonald's for lunch. But remember, the McDonald's is not being reportedly eaten by President Trump and President Xi. It's the press pool. Oh, here's another video clip from the garden, from the White House that it posted. Another video clip from the garden. Nice place. I like this place. I could get used to this. That's from President Trump. Let's see.
So they live
150年.
It's pretty old. It's getting pretty old for sure.
对于树来讲，树龄还
Nice
很高了。
place.
对，
Nice place.
很美的地方。
I like it.
我很喜
I
欢。
like this place.
我喜欢这地儿。
I
所有
could
这
get used to
里
this.
的
我这地儿能待得惯，我可能不想走了。
展现的这种生命啊，展现的这种历史啊，让我们站在这里啊。
So they live.
100.
All right, so that was that one. And then the first one we showed you here. We'll show you this again. This is where at the end he says, he has the translator ask Xi if other presidents and prime ministers get taken here.
看看这棵树，这一个两棵树连在一起了，也是100多年前的一棵树。
History of over 100 years.
It's 100 years.
100年吗？哦。
不止啦，不止100多。
200，非常不一般，非常不一般的。
我告诉你，这边的树全部是在200-300年以上，那边还有一个400多年的树。
All the trees here are around 200 to 300 years old, and the big one just behind.
那个粗一点是
400 years old.
They live that long, these trees.
这些树真的能够活这么久？
是的，还有1000年的树。
And there are trees
在其他的地方。
thousands years old.
From other countries, presidents and prime ministers, does he bring them here?
在其他的国家来的元首啊、总统啊，或者是总理什么的，您作为国家主席，也都会到这边来接待他们吗？
很少。这个地方我们首先以前外事活动不在这里，后来有外事活动以后极少。
In the past, we never had state commission.
All right. So that was that. Give me a quick moment here. I gotta fix something real quick. Mr. Rubik says you can feel the love. Give me a quick second here. I got to try something really quick. Hold on a second here. Why is this not working? Try one thing really quick. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. No, let me try it real quick. 1 second here. So I was just showing you this.
你看看这棵树，这是一个2棵树连在一起了，也是100多年前的一棵树。
I'm gonna boost the sound at the end when Trump asks that question to see if we can hear it a little better and hear the answer a little better. All right, so here's the video. Let's go right to the end where Trump asks the question. Give me a moment here. It's gonna be loud.
They live that long, these trees.
这些树真的能够活这么久？
是的，还有1000年的树。
And there are trees
在其他的地方。
thousands years old.
From other countries, presidents and prime ministers, does he bring them here?
在其他的国家来的元首啊、总统啊，或者是总理什么的，您作为国家主席，也都会到这边来接待他们吗？
很少。这个地方我们首先以前外事活动不在这里，后来有外事活动以后极少。
In the past, we never had state commission.
Okay. And then one of our viewers said the Iran war is going to restart when Trump gets home. That might be a poll question. Just to show you again, here is in case you missed it, here is the video of President Trump about 45 minutes to an hour ago with, I think this is where they had tea. Anton says he would be really impressed with the California redwoods. Okay, so here is this other one of President Trump here with Xi.
I want to thank you very much. This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. He's a man I respect greatly. become really a friend. We've known each other now 11 years, almost 12 years. That's a long time. And we've settled a lot of different problems that other people wouldn't have been able to settle. And the relationship is a very strong one. We've really done some wonderful things, I believe. We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, and we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open, and we want them to get it ended, because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy, and it's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we discussed a lot of other things also, and I think we're very much on agreement. We're going to have some further discussions now with the group. But I just want to thank President Xi and all of his representatives. We've become friendly with all of them. They're great people. And it's an honor to be here. And we'll be back. And I believe on September 24th or thereabouts, President Xi is going to be coming to the United States. And we will be reciprocal, like reciprocal trade. The visit will be reciprocal. We're going to lay it on the line. And we're going to have... You're gonna walk away, hopefully very impressed, like I'm very impressed with China. And I just want to end by saying thank you very much. It's been really a great couple of days. Thank you very much.
So that's what we've seen so far. They've been talking in private too, but I can't tell you what they've been saying. So we'll let you know when we hear a little more. I'll maybe do a poll question in a second. Let's see here. Infinite Skyline says, like or dislike Trump, he carries a weighty presence, projects strength, the characteristics in a leader the West needs right now. That's from Infinite Skyline. Sandy Poole thinks Taiwan is screwed. Our viewer, Sandy Poole. Here's the other video, the other shot of Beijing. Maybe we should do a poll in a second, do a poll question, but hang on a moment here. There is a, where is this here? Hold on a second here. Sorry. I want to thank our moderators. Let me take a second and thank our moderators. We have Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate it. Late night stream once again here. Over on Twitch, thank you to Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev, who are over there on Twitch moderating. Thanks to Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. Thank you to Dirty Toxin, who gave a subscription to Xi Jinping Official on Twitch. Thanks also Night Owl and Atomic Farting for subscribing on Twitch, and CC for your support. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X for moderating there, and our Facebook moderators. I really appreciate them too. K. Lowry Body is there. Thanks also Susan Priest Buchner for subscribing over there. And Andrea Holder is there. Darren Charlo is training as a mod. Thanks Dolly Clark for subscribing on Twitch. Real quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers like DJ Salt Lick, Sketty Sandwich, Night Owl, Wall Street, Shaggy, Maverick in Mexico, Strong One, Sandy Doggo, My Mind Spray, and Mr. Clam. Thank you. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. And I want to also shout out our YouTube members. Thanks to all of our YouTube members. People like Patricia Grace West Downer, Bernard Tapey, Muck Towner, Joel Brown, Miss Link, Barry, Jane Burke, Riri Patton, Austin Batman, Gina 4UA, Marisol Del Valle, Lola P, Miss Pennywiser. Thank you. While we're waiting for more from China here, as they're having lunch, it's the last event before Trump leaves. I did want to mention that. Hang on here. Oh. You know, last night we had seen a report from UK MTO that Iran had, there was a ship that had been anchored that Iran took, basically. Remember this last night? This report from UK MTO? This one here? Incident in the 38 miles northeast of Fujairah. I thought this was in the Strait of Hormuz, but maybe it's technically in the Gulf of Oman. I'm not sure. If it's not, it's near the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel has been taken by unauthorized personnel while at anchor and is now bound for Iranian territorial waters. There was some more reporting about this today. So, according to India Today, which is a major India news outlet, they reported that that ship was an Indian cargo ship, the Haji Ali. Oh no, is that the one? Or is that a different one? Oh, I'm sorry, that's a different. Well, hold on a second. No, that's one that was that's one that was attacked. I'm sorry, there was one that was attacked and one that was taken. The Haji Ali was attacked. I'm going to talk about that in a second. That's a different one. Where's the one about the I got it now. Different one. So, there's one that was seized and then an Indian ship. India said one of its ships was attacked by Iran. So there's two of them we need to talk about. The one that was seized by Iran, according to BBC says that the maritime risk management company Vanguard, Vanguard said that there was a vessel that was reportedly operating as a floating armory in the Gulf of Oman. A vessel, Honduras-flagged vessel, the Hui Chuan. I wonder if I can pull this up on marine traffic. Give me a second here. I'll try to do that and show you. Wonder if it comes up. Hui Chuan. Yes, I can see it. Fishery patrol vessel. So if you, let me show you marine traffic. Here's marine traffic. The ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marine traffic. If I can get it on the screen for you. Here it is. Okay, so this is marine traffic. So this is this boat called the Hui Chuan, a fishery patrol vessel. Fishery patrol vessel under the flag of Honduras. Okay, so according to this, and there is the location. There, you can see it's in the right location. Last location, May 12th, a couple days ago, at anchor. So the maritime risk management company Vanguard said that this ship its operators told Vanguard that this ship was operating as a floating armory which stores weapons for security firms who protect ships at sea from attack by pirates. Now, I cannot verify this, but BBC said that the naval, what is it called? The maritime risk management company Vanguard said that this ship was operating as a floating armory which stores weapons for security firms who protect ships at sea from attack by pirates. And this ship is reportedly the one that Iran took from Anchorage and brought to Iran. Okay. I can't confirm that. True Blunt says a lot of small arms. I would not be surprised if it was small arms. I would think that's, I guess that might be what it is. Although I don't know how big this, maybe there's bigger guns. I'm not sure. Maybe Iran did not like that this boat was allegedly helping to protect ships from Iran. Okay, so I just wanted to give you an update on that. Again, I can't confirm that report, but that was reported today. And then, so that's one ship. And then, after we got off the air last night, I saw that India reported that an Indian ship had been attacked. And you can see it right here. This is from the India, Foreign Ministry? Ministry of External Affairs, India. The attack on an Indian-flagged ship off the coast of Oman yesterday is unacceptable, and we deplore the fact that commercial shipping and civilian mariners continue to be targeted. All Indian crew on board are safe, and we thank the Omani authorities for rescuing them. India reiterates that targeting commercial shipping and endangering innocent civilian crew members or otherwise impeding freedom of navigation and commerce should be avoided. And this ship that got attacked was reportedly the Haji Ali, and it was carrying livestock. Haji Ali. Oops, I want to show you this from marine traffic. There, marine traffic. Haji Ali. Now it says pleasure craft, but it's like looks like a smaller cargo ship in the picture I'm looking at. Yeah, it says here that the length is 6 meters long, but I'm looking at a picture in Indian media, which makes it look a lot longer than 6 meters. So the location for this, well, I don't even know when the last location was given for this. That was that's 2022. I don't even know if this is the right boat actually, Haji Ali, because this looks to be like the wrong. But I don't see any other Haji Ali. Anyways, regardless of what I'm going to post a link to an article where you can look it up yourself. I just posted the link. I'd reposted this on my X account. But anyways, India Today had a picture of it. It looks like a cargo ship, not one of the giant ones, but certainly not a little one. And India Today said that the Indian boat that was hit was a cargo ship that sank after a suspected drone strike. All the Indian crew were rescued, but it was carrying livestock. And the ship was struck reportedly at 3:30 a.m. by a drone or missile, causing a fire on board, and the ship eventually sunk. So, I wanted to mention that. Yeah, it's a sad story because, I mean, the livestock on board, obviously. It's good that people were, hold on a second here. It's good that people were okay, but I feel bad for the livestock. So that's an update on that. So the last couple days, at least one boat taken by Iran. I assume that boat was sunk by Iran. Michelle Batten says, poor animals. Austin says, feel sorry for the livestock. I don't know what animals were on it. Gina Pina says, oh, not the animals. Okay, so I wanted to update you guys on that. There is Beijing again. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on a second here. Hey guys, the South China Morning Post reports that Vladimir Putin is heading to China next week. South China Morning Post says Putin is heading to Beijing next week. Russia's Putin is heading to China next week, days after historic Xi-Trump summit. That's from South China Morning Post for a visit. Now, Barry says they had planned this a long time ago. Is that true? I didn't know this. South China Morning Post says it's an exclusive. Now, Reuters had reported on today, or on the 14th, that Putin would visit China very soon. But it didn't give a date. The Kremlin had said yesterday that it would take place in the near future. Anyway, so Putin will be going to China next week, according to the South China Morning Post. Mike Valerio, CNN, first found that report. Hat tip to him. Our viewer Bugmouth Ready says it will be interesting if she meets Putin off of the plane. Dr. McRib says, guess Putin felt left out. Joel Brown thinks Putin is getting jealous. Our viewer Janene Pickles says Putin is going to love the garden tour. One of the viewers mentioned South Korea stocks being down. I mean, they've gone up a lot. Hasn't the Kospi gone up a lot index in recent weeks? I'll have to pull this up here. Hold on. I have too much open on my desktop. I need to get a little better organized here. Let's look up Kospi. Korea Composite Stock Index, Price Index. Right, so this is from TradingView, tradingview.com, the Korea Kospi Stock Index. It's down 5.71% today, but if we go to 1 year, that's 1 year. So that's 1 year. 1 year, it was at, last June, it was at 2650, and now it's at 7520. That's 5 years. That's 10 years. That's the 5-year Kospi Price Index. Bloomberg yesterday reported that they have a report, Bloomberg yesterday, world's biggest stock rally ignites speculative mania in Korea. And Bloomberg says, that's a 1-year chart right there in front of you from TradingView. Now notice that this is not zero here, that's 3,000. But it still shows how much it's going up. In the last year, the Kospi Korean stocks have gone up 200%, which has far outpaced every other market on earth. And locals are borrowing record sums to amplify their bets on stocks. Daily price swings of 5% or more are common. The Bloomberg says there are signs of euphoria. And Bloomberg says this is fueled largely by South Korean chip makers' central role in the AI boom. Very interesting. Bloomberg also says the gains in Korea's market are part of a global frenzy for all things AI. Canadian Perspective says tulips are all over again. So a little Korean stock market coverage for you tonight. The article on Bloomberg, if you want to check it out, is called World's Biggest Stock Rally Ignites Speculative Mania in Korea. Strong one thinks bubble burst time. Kid Kinetic says a pullback is needed. All right, so that's interesting. So the lunch, I think has been going on for about 40 minutes or so. I don't know how much longer the meeting is going to go. They're doing a working lunch. We haven't had many updates the last few minutes. Oh, let's do a poll. Bernard reminded me. I was going to do a poll. One of our viewers said that the war is going to restart when Trump gets back from the war is going to start once Trump gets back from China. That'll be our question. Will the war restart? Will Iran war restart when Trump returns from China? So here's our poll question. I'm going to ask you the poll question right now, and we'll see what you guys think. Let me post it over on Facebook too. David Joel Klotz says, I don't think Trump has a choice. Oh, what's this? What's this? That's weird. Polls do not seem to be working on Facebook. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, I know why it didn't work. I know why it didn't work. Give me I'll get it working on Facebook. Hold on. I did something wrong here. I did something wrong. Then we're going to give you the results. Let's try this again. Here it is. Okay. I activated the poll. I activated the poll. Before I give you the results, what I'm going to do is show you thinking about it. Here you are thinking about it. Here you are thinking about it. By restart, I mean, it's in a ceasefire now, so I mean with active fighting. I guess that's the general idea of the question. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, what I need to do is show you what you guys said. 80% say yes on YouTube. Wow, 80%. On Facebook, 75% say yes. Interesting. How about on Twitch? Operation Sledgehammer is a go, says Hoopaball. Wasn't the reporting, there was reporting that they were going to change the name of it? 76% on Twitch say yes. One of the viewers thinks there's Iranian troll bots in the chat. Kenai Rose says, unfortunately, yes. Caviar Liberta thinks probably as soon as Air Force One is in a safe space. NBC News had reported that the U.S. military is considering renaming the war Operation Sledgehammer if the ceasefire expires. And it could allow Trump to argue that it restarts the 60-day clock that requires congressional authorization for war. The administration has already said that Operation Epic Fury is over. Hugh J said that. Hugh J says it might allow them to try to avoid the 60-day requirement. Vigilante thinks Trump will give it his usual 2 weeks. Echo Park Mom, thanks for being a member. Echo Park Mom says Trump will start the war again because he doesn't want it to seem like she ended the war in any way. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. There, we did a poll. John Owens says, U.S. isn't going anywhere. All the military is there and there for a reason. Thanks, Jeff TEP88PFCR, who said, why would Iran troll this chat? I don't think that's really happening. I think the person was joking. Jeff, thank you so much for all your support. That is really nice of you. Jeff has been very generous with all of his support of the channel, and I really appreciate it. Jeff TE88PFCR, thank you so much. Let's see here. All right, so I don't know how much longer the lunch is going to go. There's a working lunch going on right now with President Trump and President Xi and some others from their delegations. And that's the last event of the summit. So waiting to hear a little more on that. At 1:15 a.m. It's 1:15 a.m. here, Eastern time. I need to check. I'm going to take a quick check and make sure. Oh, thanks, by the way, to Ann Lynn Austin for the gift membership, for the gift subscription on Twitch. Thank you, Ann Lynn Austin. Also, Save Esports, thanks for subscribing. And thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support. Let me check. And just make sure I haven't missed any other updates here, because I've been focusing on the Trump and Xi. So let me check a couple different things. I got to check a couple different things. As you look at Beijing, One moment here. So far, there has not been any White House live video from today. They posted a couple short clips, which we showed you. Hey, by the way, James Craig, that is really nice of you, James Craig. Thanks for your note, James, and thanks so much for supporting the channel, James Craig. Very nice of James. I very much appreciate that. We should check the price of oil. Let's check the price of oil again. I don't know that anything happened much since the start of the stream. Here is Brent crude oil from TradingView. Oops, from TradingView, tradingview.com. You can see it's at about 107. It's, as I've said before, the last few days it's been pretty stable. That's the last 5 days. That's 104, and that's 107, and that's 108. So been in that range the last 5 days. And then WTI crude oil, West Texas crude. Here's the last 5 days. Also hasn't really gone up and down that much. This, I don't know if that's a real drop here because I didn't see it on another chart. So I know it looks like a sudden drop of $4. That might be some kind of weird glitch or something. I'm not positive. But anyways, again, it's at 98. It was at about 98, 4 days ago. It's been up a little over a 100, but that's where it is right now. So. There was an interesting article I did want to mention. Speaking about oil, Maverick in Mexico, our viewer, says Trump is desperately trying to find an exit strategy from the war in Iran. There was an interesting article in The Economist today. I think it was today. If not, it was probably yesterday, where it said that oil prices could go up soon. The basic idea of the Economist article is it said that there have been several factors that have been keeping oil prices from going up too much that might not be as effective anymore. For example, one thing that's been widely discussed is that there was a bunch of extra oil out there. There was a bunch of oil on tankers on the water when the war started. So that was surplus that could be used, but that's pretty much gotten used up. Also, they talk about how the U.S., The Economist says, has been exporting a bunch more oil, which has lessened the oil shortage because the U.S. is exporting more than it normally would be. And they also talk about how China is actually importing less oil. They say that reflects weaker consumer demand for fuel, for more pricier fuel, and also follows the government's decisions. But what The Economist says is, for example, they say that China might start buying more oil instead of importing less because their stocks of oil might run low. That's one thing they say. They say it's possible that if gas prices keep rising, that I've seen this talked about elsewhere too, that President Trump might feel pressure to put some sort of limit on U.S. exports. The idea being that there will be complaints if gas is, say, above $5 a gallon and the U.S. is still sending all this oil elsewhere. They say, The Economist, Trump's administration is debating a possible export ban. But if that happened, the global price of oil would rise. And that would impact, and it says America's coasts, which rely on imports, would be hurt by higher import prices and retaliation from other exporters. And they say a buffer of near record volumes of oil at sea has now largely been exhausted. I've also seen articles talking about how the U.S. has been using oil from its strategic reserve, but eventually that's going to get much lower, and they're not going to be able to keep supplying that number. There was an article in Bloomberg that talked about that. The Economist article is oil prices could soon rise convulsively. And then the one in Bloomberg recently was, how long can the U.S. be an oil supplier of last resort? That was an article by Javier Blas in Bloomberg. And it like The Economist, it pointed out how the U.S. has been exporting extra oil during the war, which has helped lessen the oil shortage due to the war, due to the Strait of Hormuz being cut off. Bloomberg Javier Blas said the U.S. export boom is a key reason why oil prices have tumbled, particularly in the physical market. But what he says is he said in this article in Bloomberg, Javier Blas says Trump probably has the rest of May and probably into June before the combination of the shrinking strategic petroleum reserve and the growing pressure on commercial inventory start to stir up market anxiety. He says that America is using a lot of oil, exporting a lot of oil, using a stockpile, and that unlike the Federal Reserve, it can't just print more oil. And eventually it won't be able to keep doing that. So both of those articles talk about how U.S. exporting extra oil is a big factor in keeping the prices from rising further. There's also another number of articles talking about different things that have kept the price from rising further. But again, I've seen a number of articles recently that talk about how they think that if this war keeps going on, those prices are going to go up. Again, the Bloomberg article is called, How Long Can the U.S. Be the Oil Supplier of Last Resort? If you want to check that out. Wall Street thinks oil is going to trade like the Korean Kospi index. John B. Martin said, look at 10-year treasuries up from inflation reports. Now, this is not really my field. So I'm not going to give you a lot of intense analysis of this. But what I can tell you is this is a 1-year chart of the U.S. government bonds 10-year treasury yield. And it is up. This is a 1-year chart. And it's gone up a bunch in the last, I'm sorry, that's not 1 year, that's 1 month. I'm sorry, here's the 1 year. Year to date is that. But the last month is this. And then that's 6 months. So that's when the war started, right around here, when the yield was 4, and now it's gone up to 4.526. Last 5 days, up. Hold on. I think I could probably give you a little background on this, though, if you give me a second, as we wait to hear a little more from from the get an update from China. I'm sorry we don't have any live video. Well, we don't have like live video of the meeting, but there is none that I'm aware of. I was trying to get. You can see Reuters says investors gird for high U.S. Treasury yields as new Fed chair Warsh battles inflation. Investors are bracing for U.S. Treasury yields to stay higher longer, skeptical that incoming federal chair Kevin Warsh will be able to tame inflation. Stoked by surging oil prices during a prolonged Middle East conflict, long-dated yields, including those on benchmark 10-year notes, have spiked as investors demand greater compensation for inflation risk. So the yields of these long-term treasuries, the treasuries are basically, a treasury bill or bond is when someone loans money to the U.S. and the U.S. says we'll pay it back to you in a certain number of years with interest. And then what happens is these treasury bills and bonds, they get traded on the open market. So if traders think that if traders think that there's going to be higher inflation, they're going to want a treasury to pay more in interest to buy it, because for example they're going to be able to get higher savings interest at a bank. That would be one reason, but the money will be worth less over time if there's higher inflation. I know I'm probably not making any sense right now, but treasury yields for long-term treasuries go up when it's anticipated there will be more inflation. So you can see long-dated yields, including those on benchmark 10-year notes, have spiked as investors have demanded greater compensation for inflation risk as higher energy prices bite. And when there are higher long-term yields on treasuries, that feeds directly into borrowing costs across the economy. Mortgages, corporate bonds, leveraged loans all become more expensive. Also, higher benchmark yields also could present headwinds for U.S. stock prices, as companies and consumers will face higher borrowing costs. Some see a steeper yield curve going forward, reflecting expectations that interest rates will remain steady on the front end of the curve, with oil-driven inflation driving a sell-off in long-dated treasuries. Again, this is not my field, but I know it's important. Mike J says it affects everything. I was trying to find you something else on this. Hold on a second here. Yeah, CNBC had an article a couple days ago. Treasury yields push higher after CPI climbs to highest in nearly 3 years. Treasury yields rose as investors assessed the implication of a higher, surprisingly hot inflation reading. By the way, I asked Gemini this. Gemini points out that the 10-year Treasury yield is the rate, the risk-free rate that banks use to set interest rates for consumers and businesses. When the 10-year Treasury yield goes up, mortgage rates goes up. Mortgage rates go up, and there are higher borrowing costs to businesses. Also, Treasury yields going up can hurt the stock market too. Those are two impacts. So basically, President Trump does not want to see these Treasury yields keep rising. Also, it hurts the deficit because if Treasury yields go up, the government has to pay more interest on when it borrows money. I have an update. I have the menu. From the lunch, guys. I have the menu from the lunch. Purple Perp thinks the administration does not care about the deficit. Sunshine says, don't think Trump cares. Well, he certainly cares about the stock market. Hey guys, look, here is the menu via White House press pool, Danny Kemp. He said, this is according to the White House. This is the menu for the bilateral lunch that they are eating. Minced codfish in seafood soup. Crispy and stir-fried lobster blank. Because I know we have a lot of very immature people in the chat. So I don't even want to read that one out loud. Because our chat is so immature. Pan-seared beef fillet stuffed with morel mushrooms. Kung Pao chicken. Kung Pao chicken and scallops. Braised seasonal greens, bamboo shoots, mushrooms and beans. Steamed pork and shrimp dumpling. Chocolate brownie. Wow, I'm getting hungry. Fruits and ice cream, coffee, tea. Darcy says, sounds delicious. Sometimes when I read about these state meals, I'm like, I don't know if I'd really like that or whatever. I mean, this I think I'd certainly, a bunch of it sounds really good. Patricia Gray says, that sounds very yummy. Ruth thinks it looks good. Steamed pork and shrimp dumpling. Wow. I'm going to have to eat something after the stream. Penny thinks Trump is stealing the reporter's McDonald's. Johnny Sanchez says they're rolling out the red carpet now. Do you mean by the menu? I knew somebody would say Panda Express. I knew it. I knew it. Anyway, so we did get courtesy of Danny Kemp, we got to see the menu. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. No, they had Duck. Duck was on the. Oh, Trump is heading to airport. Hey guys, CNN. They're really rolling out the red carpet. Hold on. That wasn't when the viewer said rolling out the red carpet. Update. He meant for real. I am seeing it on CNN right now. Trump is heading to the airport. Air Force One is at the airport, and Trump is heading to the airport now. Breaking news. Trump is heading to the airport right now. By the way, thanks to Crypto King for your support. I really appreciate it. Crypto King, thanks for shouting out the mods. Crypto King, and also Goodbye HD. Thanks, Goodbye HD, for being a member. All right, now hold on a moment here. Trump is heading to the airport. Breaking news. He is heading to the airport. Now, I can see I am not allowed to use it, but the White House, not the White House, the network pool, that is like the big networks. They have their own camera that they share, and I can't steal that. But the network pool right now is showing Air Force One and the red carpet. Now, I wonder if the White House will go live for this. They don't seem to be live. So I'll see. I wonder if the White House might go live from the airport. But right now, the only cameras I'm seeing are these. Well, hold on a second here. Yeah, it's just right now I'm seeing the network pool camera. So CNN is showing it. I bet somebody else is probably showing it too. Give me a moment here. But again, I guess maybe the White House could go live. Live Now Fox. If you go to Live Now from Fox on YouTube, it's called Live Now from Fox on YouTube. You can see it for free there. I cannot steal it, but Live Now from Fox is showing it on YouTube. I have my eyes on it. Sorry, a lot of times we will have our own camera, but I think they're pretty strict on the cameras in China, because normally like Reuters would have their own camera. Normally AFP would have their own camera. AP would normally have their own camera, but I think they just don't let them have their own cameras. That's my guess, because they're all using they all have on their sites the network pool feed, but you're not allowed to use it. If you're in another country, you're allowed to use it, but I can't use it. But it's there. So President Trump is heading to the airport. You never know, though. Maybe we'll get some sort of live shot from the White House. I'm looking. In the meantime, I'll show you this shot of Beijing, which is not as exciting as the airport. Thanks again to Jeff TE88 PFCR. That's really nice of you, Jeff TE88 PFCR, for all your support. Thanks also so much Nashinas26, so nice of you, who says no war until the World Cup ends, in my opinion. Iran has qualified and will play all 3 of its group stage matches in the U.S., 2 at SoFi Stadium in L.A. and 1 at Lumen Field in Seattle. Is that true? Is that where Iran's games are? Iran is playing, I am looking up here, FIFA site. June 15th, June 21st, and June 26th. Yes, LA Stadium, and Seattle Stadium. Those are the 3 Iran games. And the World Cup goes from June 11th to July 19th. Is Trump leaving early? I don't think so. I mean, the lunch was scheduled for 12:15, and he was supposed to leave right after the lunch. It wasn't like a very long working lunch, it doesn't seem like. But I'm not aware that he's I think they did everything they were going to do. I mean, I guess in theory they could have had a longer lunch. I don't know. Oh, live now from Fox maybe is not live anymore. I mean, they were showing it earlier. I don't know if they're showing it now. Again, I can see, because I have access to it, but I cannot show it to you. I can see a camera showing the plane, Air Force One, in the red carpet. But Trump is heading to the airport now. Again, it's possible we'll get a White House live shot when Trump is actually there, although I don't know. I wonder if it's on Flight Radar 24. If it's on the ground there, I don't know if that's the case. I'm not seeing a plane that's being tracked by tons of people. Oh, Trump reportedly Trump Xi summit over, Trump heading to airport. Yeah, CNN is showing it right now, as one of our viewers just said. Yes. They've been showing it on and off. But they have it because there's that pool, that network pool is paid for by a certain group of networks. So they share that feed. But again, usually like Reuters would have its own feed. It's just in China, these news agencies do not have their own feed in China. TJ Adams said on Fox Business YouTube it was being shown. Yep. I have nothing. I have no feed for you at the moment. Thank you so much, Kingsman. Kingsman 2009 gave 10 people memberships. That's very kind of you. Make sure you thank Kingsman for the memberships. Also, Hot Pink 90 Sun, who says bye Timu. Thanks, Hot Pink 90 Sun, for being a member. Thanks, DSPBB, who gave a 1-month sub to Lobster Blank on Twitch. Thank you. Oh, hey, look, a new picture from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. New picture from Chinese Foreign Ministry. They just released this picture. Check it out. There it is. President Xi Jinping held a private meeting with President Trump at Zhongnanhai. That is from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. That was probably like 2 hours ago, but they just posted it. Some of our viewers are talking about the body language. Again, that is posted by the Chinese Foreign Ministry. Okay, so I wanted to show you that. Now, again, I do not have a shot from the airport I can show you at the moment. The White House is not live. The White House itself has not been live all morning. Even they have not had a live shot. I was also checking some of the Iranian media outlets. If you turn it on, well, some of the news channels are off and on showing that shot from the airport. Maybe the White House is tired, says David Joe Klotz. I still haven't seen an official update from the pool that Trump left, but CNN... All right, now I'm confused because CNN had said Trump headed for airport. And now the headline is Trump meeting with... Okay, hold on a second. All right, so clearly Fox and CNN are both showing these big preparations at the airport. Now, the CNN headline right now is Trump meeting with Xi at Communist Party headquarters. But like 10 minutes ago, CNN reported that he had left. Let me just see what they're reporting on their website. But there's clearly preparations going on at the airport. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm confused. I'm confused now because CNN is now saying they're meeting, but before they said the meeting was over. All right, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the headline to Air Force One waiting in Beijing as Trump finishing China visit. How's that? We know that that's happening. We know that that's happening. No, he's not leaving early. The last event was a 12:15 p.m. lunch. There are no more events on the schedule. Ghost Shirt says crowds getting ready at the airport. By the way, we're talking about U.S. Treasuries going up because of inflation worries. Here's a new article in Reuters. Asian shares dive as U.S. yields hit one-year high. Asian shares dived on Friday as investor euphoria over tech stocks gave way to inflation fears that saw U.S. Treasury yields spike to one-year highs and rising bets on a U.S. rate hike this year. Rising inflation risks driven by the surge in oil prices are weighing on investor appetite for U.S. treasuries with a run of soft auctions this week, spanning 3-year notes, 10-year notes, and 30-year bonds, underscoring the market's fragility. The latest 30-year bond sale ended at 5.046%, the highest yield for 30-year bonds since August 2007. Spook says, better buy a house now. Fox News now has a headline that says, soon, Trump to depart Beijing. On Fox News, they're showing the network pool shot of a bunch of, is it children wearing light blue shirts, lining up near Trump's plane. Soon, Trump will be departing. That says Fox News. Again, I do apologize. We do not have a live shot from the airport. Normally we would. It is just a weird situation with China where the news agencies do not have their own cameras there, as they normally would. It's very restricted. And the White House is not live. But if you can probably find it on the web. But I am looking at it. Looks like maybe a couple hundred kids lining up on either side of the red carpet. Oh, and now what I'm looking at is a bunch of military, probably 100 or 150 military marching near the plane. I'll try to give you a heads up where you can see the footage. Well, it's not on Sky News because they're talking about UK stuff. Live Now from Fox isn't showing it either. Well, if you have the news channels, CNN has been showing it. They're showing it now. Fox News is showing it right now. And you have children and soldiers lining up on either side of the red carpet on the way to Air Force One. So it looks like they're really getting ready for him to leave. Oh, thanks, Brendy in Dyer, who says, I forgot my screen name was Kingsman from when I was in high school. Thanks, Brendy in Dyer. That's so nice of you. Or Brendan Dyer. Brendan Dyer, I think it is. Thank you, Brendan. Also, thank you to Hot Pink 90's son, who says, was it a chip manufacturing visit? One topic they were supposedly talking about is loosening up U.S. chip sales to China, but I don't know if they ever reached agreement on that, of advanced chips from like U.S. companies, especially NVIDIA. I don't see any new reporting from the pool, though, that Trump has left, but clearly preparations being made at the airport for Trump to leave. So again, there's a bunch of, I don't know if it's children, it looks like maybe teenagers who are wearing white pants and white skirts and blue tops. Is it all female? I thought it was male and female. I'm not sure. And then there's a bunch of soldiers, and they're all lined up on either side of the red carpet. Maybe there's boys on the left and girls on the right with the kids. I'm not sure. Eileen said CNN said the meeting is over. I thought they had said that 20 minutes ago, but maybe they said it on TV. Oh, I think they have the boys on one side and the girls on the other of the red carpet. DJ Saltlook says it kind of looks like Boy and Girl Scouts. So again, apologies. It's too bad that we don't have the footage, but there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. On YouTube, Live Now from Fox is showing that feed right now on YouTube. I can tell you that. So you can see it there. If you go to Live Now from Fox. That is on YouTube. Hang on a second here. Hang on one moment. Yeah, I don't have the rights to the footage that the networks are showing. But who knows? Will the White House go live? Yeah, I don't have the rights to the... Right, hold on a moment here. Yes, our viewer says he has to be close. Everything is lined up, as Miss Link says. Yes, we have soldiers and youths lined up next to the red carpet at the airport. It is interesting that I haven't seen any kind of reporting, although maybe I don't know. I think one of the pool reporters had said that they thought that they might have an issue with the cell signal getting updates out. So. Yes, CNN says Trump is heading to the airport. Okay, so CNN now reports Trump is heading to the airport. Hey, hang on. So report. Trump heading to airport after China visit. Marty Hagwood, that's so generous of you. Wow, that is so nice of Marty Hagwood. Thank you so much, Marty. Very kind of Marty Hagwood. Thanks for all your support of the channel, Marty Hagwood. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Marty. Yes, so again, Trump reportedly heading to the airport. And as I mentioned, there's only one camera I'm aware of, the network pool camera, which I'm not allowed to steal. But I don't know if the White House is going to go live. They have not gone live all morning. So the best I can tell you right now is you might be able to find it on Live Now from Fox on YouTube. They're periodically showing it. Nope, not right now. They're kind of going in and out. If you have the news channels, Fox News has it in a box right now. I don't see anything new on Truth Social from Trump about it. And we just have, as I've said before, a number of lines of people, soldiers and looks like teenagers, I would say, waiting for Trump to leave. Hey, Marty just gave 50 people memberships in the chat. Wow, crazy. Please thank Marty if he gave you a membership. Marty Hagwood just gave 50 memberships. That is really nice of Marty. Please thank Marty if you got a membership from Marty. Thank you, Marty. Again, that's so nice of you. So generous. Thank you for all your support of the channel. I really appreciate it. Marty Hagwood. All those new members. Fox says Trump will be leaving soon. Trump will be leaving soon. Danny Kemp from AFP reported that for he had said that the press got McDonald's today, the White House press pool. He showed a picture of a Big Mac. So I guess they gave him a Big Mac. Trying to get you more updates, guys. Trying to get you more updates here. The New York Times notes that President Trump said that China was going to had agreed to order 200 Boeing jets, but China has not said anything about this yet. One of the articles we read said that, I forget where it was from earlier, said that that the market was expecting they would order like 500 and claimed that Boeing shares had dropped today because of that. Yeah, here's the article right here. Boeing shares drop 4% after Trump announces China orders just 200 jets. Reuters said President Trump told Fox News Channel Thursday, China has agreed to buy 200 Boeing jets, a number that was far fewer than analysts had expected, and the plane maker's shares fell. Details were not immediately available, including when and which type of jets would be delivered, but the amount was much smaller than the roughly 500 plane package that sources told Reuters was under discussion ahead of a meeting. ahead of the meeting. Boeing shares fell 4.1% during market trading on Thursday. A Boeing order was one of the many business deals expected to come out of the closely watched summit. Anyways, that's just what Reuters said. An aerospace investment analyst, Matt Akers, told Reuters, it's possible we still get some more orders this trip, but right now investors are interpreting this as being less than hoped for. Reuters says airplane purchases by Chinese airlines require approval from the central government, frequently tied to diplomatic visits. The Boeing CEO is one of the executives who went to China. Hold on. We have an update here. The motorcade is rolling. It is confirmed. Confirmed from the White House press pool that Trump is heading to the airport. The motorcade is rolling after Trump's visit today to the Zhongnanhai complex, where he took a photo and talked in a garden and had tea and did working lunch with President Xi. I will post on the screen right now the update from the White House press pool from Danny Kemp, who says, rolling from Zhongnanhai. Motorcade is rolling en route from Zhongnanhai as of 15 minutes ago. Poole did not lay eyes on POTUS. Poole saw Bessent, Hegseth, and Greer walking hastily to their vehicles a few minutes before we rolled. Also, here are the full quotes from Trump on roses in the garden earlier. These are the most beautiful roses anyone's ever seen. I asked the president, could you get me some for the rose garden? And he said yes. I've never seen roses so big. Colleagues who know said Xi then said in Chinese, we will provide the president with some of our Chinese rose seeds as he wants to plant some in the rose garden. So there you go. So it will not be long now until President Trump shows up at the airport. You can see it on Fox News, on CNN. Again, unfortunately, no White House feed. Unfortunately, unlike the norm, I don't have, like, say, a Reuters camera or an AFP camera to show you. It's just the way it is for this trip. Not many cameras are allowed, apparently, in China. So we just have to make do. But you never know. Maybe at the last minute, the White House will go live. You know, I remember for like the Putin summits, we had cameras that were just rolling the whole time that we could use. I don't see everything is set up. It looks like everything is looks like it's set up at the airport and ready to go. David says, nice to see the world's two most powerful leaders getting along famously. Xinhua News China, that is state media. Xinhua News says Trump said today he is willing to continue to maintain sincere and in-depth communication with Chinese President Xi and looks forward to hosting him in D.C. President Xi said today, we had reached important common understandings on maintaining stable economic and trade ties, expanding practical cooperation in various fields, and properly addressing each other's concerns. It is 2:14 a.m. where I am and 2:14 p.m. in China as we wait for President Trump to get to the airport. RoboTank said it's also on this channel on YouTube, CNBC TV 18. So you should be able to find it on YouTube somewhere. I am seeing vehicles pulling up at on one of the feeds. Again, I'm not allowed to use the pool feed. That's the one that's being used. But there are vehicles pulling up there at the airport. I am seeing it now. So it looks like maybe President Trump is arriving. Sadly, again, no White House live stream. Nothing I could use. There are cars that seem to be pulling up, though. Hang on a moment here. Thank you to all of our moderators. We have some mods here late night, modding the streams. Thank you so much. Ruth is with us late night, and Robert's May Queen. Thank you over on YouTube, on Twitch. Idaho Star, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Linda Belglary, Misha moderate for us on X. And on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Susan Priest Buchner, thanks for being a subscriber over there. All of our moderators, thank you. I am peeking at the feed. Yes, as Miss Link points out, it's pretty gray at the airport there too. Lots of people by Air Force One, Peggy SoCal says. Yes, soldiers and some young people all dressed young people wearing blue. Thanks so much to Poopy Pants 4. Hey, Poopy Pants 4. Appreciate your support for the channel. Now, do we have any updates for you? Nope, like you guys, I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see. I am looking at the feed right now, as I know many of you are, and I'm just seeing people standing in front of the plane. By the way, Corn Boozer just gave 10 people memberships over there on YouTube. That's very nice of you, Corn Boozer. Please thank Corn Boozer if you got memberships from Corn Boozer. Very kind of Corn Boozer. Fox News is showing the airport shot, by the way. If you have Fox News, you can turn it on there. Okay, I am seeing, it looks like I'm seeing on the network pool shot, which I'm not allowed to show you, I am seeing the motorcade right now. It looks like we are seeing the motorcade pull up. Bunch of cars at the airport. I know a bunch of you are watching it too. But it looks to me like this is the motorcade pulling up right now. White House is not live. Yep. So they are showing it right now on Fox News and other channels who have the rights to it. And the Trump's car is pulling up now to Air Force One. Rocket Squirrel says, here he is. It is the beast. Yes, President Trump is in the car. They're showing him pulling up to right now, as many of you can see, and he pulled up in front of the red carpet. Is President Xi even there? I bet President Xi isn't even there, right? Probably. Although I don't know. I don't see him there. I'm watching along with you. Yeah, again, it just looks like China has limited the number of cameras there because all of these, the AP and AFP and Reuters, they don't even have their own cameras there. Normally, they would all have their own cameras. They don't have them. And I just think they probably really limit the cameras. White House isn't even live. All right, President Trump is walking now up to the plane. He's walking towards the plane. There was no big ceremony at the airport. Basically, he got out of the car and he just started walking up the red carpet. That's all. That's what happened. Very interesting. So he is walking up the red carpet. He's waving to people on either side of him. There's some soldiers and some youths who are holding up American and Chinese flags. President Trump has turned towards some of the young people who are waving the flags, and he pumped his fist at them. Now he's looking at the other young people who are waving their flags. Maybe they're singing something. Waving American and Chinese flags. And that's it. And he looked at them for a few seconds, and he's walking up the stairs right now. Walking up the stairs right now. Oh, he's about to walk up the stairs. He is shaking the hands of I think of maybe some of the Chinese delegation, a few people right at the staircase. But there wasn't like a big ceremony at the airport or anything. So he just is saying, looks like he's greeting and saying goodbye to a few people right next to the plane before leaving. I can't show it. I don't have the rights to it. I'm not allowed to steal the network pool feed. That's their feed. It's their camera. Normally we would have a different camera, but we don't. Just the way it is. It's just the way it is today. Trump is right at the base of the steps. Now he is walking up the stairs. Guys, President Trump about to leave China. He is looking back. He is pumping his fist and waving at some people in the door of the airplane. He just entered Air Force One. There you go. After state visit. So there you go. Again, I do apologize. I obviously would much rather have been able to show you the footage, but once in a while it happens this way. Yes, he gone, said Teresa. He's gone. He is inside Air Force One. The children, or the young people, are still waving their flags on the tarmac. Alex Gray says just in time to kick off the war again Friday night. CAC says safe travels President Trump. So again, President Trump has boarded the airplane. He is on Air Force One. Karcha Runs says they are waving the flags in such unison. They are still doing the thing with the flags. I don't know, with Air Force One, I know when it was flying to China, I was not aware that you could track it, but there were other planes in the group of planes that you seem to be able to track. So I would not be surprised if there are, there's like the Doomsday plane that flies with them. There were two other planes that we could track on the way there. So you very well might be able to track one or more of the planes in the group of planes on the way back. Oh, they stopped with the flags, yes, as Joshua Doss said. Thank you, AJ Krause. Thanks, AJ, for being a member. I appreciate it, AJ Krause. Thanks for all your support. Again, Trump is on Air Force One. He is on Air Force One. And I see that the vehicles are now pulling away. The vehicles in the motorcade are now pulling away. Looks like they are rolling up the red carpet. They are rolling up the red carpet. I probably don't even need my headphones in anymore. Uh-oh. Looks like they're... Yep, a bunch of the cars are leaving. Hold on a second here. Space Turkey says, roll it up. Thanks so much to Ken Lance. Hey, Ken Lance, thank you. I appreciate that, Ken. You know, at this point, I should probably show you the other shot of... sadly, because we didn't have a shot of the airport, I can at least show you the other shot of Beijing. If I still have that. Well, that's not it. Obviously. Let's try this again. Oops, what has happened? I have to switch shots. Where's the other Beijing? Oh, I see the other Beijing shot. Sorry, give me a second. I'll pull the other Beijing shot up. Now the soldiers and the young people are marching away. They are marching away from Air Force One. It looks like they're about to leave very soon, marching away. Cars drove away, people getting out of there. Here is the other shot of Beijing. The plane door really disappears, says Daz Klondike. Yes, hard to see. I don't think we can see the plane on flight radar or something. My guess is that's a no. Someone in the chat can tell me if I'm wrong, but that would be my guess. Or ADSB exchange. Ruth says, getting ready for takeoff. Yes, you can see it on Fox News. Now some, it looks like police are going by. A bunch of police in white uniforms on these scooters and some buses or motorcycles, and some buses are going by. Sanjay says on ADSB exchange. Well, do you think it's there? If so, please give a number. David Joe Klotz, how long will the flight take? I know they stopped in. They did a refueling stop in Alaska on the way there. So, if they have to do that, I want to say roughly, if you were just to fly from DC to Beijing and take about like 16, 17 hours or something like that. I don't know what their plan is for going back. Yeah, so I think in terms of flight time, it takes about, well, I think from DC to Anchorage is like almost 8 hours, and then Anchorage to Beijing, I think, is around 8 hours. Although maybe it's different because it's going back the other way. Are you going with the wind? Yeah, I think you lose when you go from Anchorage to DC, it's about 7 hours. And Beijing to Anchorage is, well, like 8 hours or something. Anyways. Switch the channel says the jet stream is a thing. Oh, Air Force One is taxiing. Air Force One is moving, guys. I can see it on Fox News. Air Force One is taxiing right now, and they are about to take off and leave. It's sad we weren't able to show it live to you, but once in a while this happens, sadly. But I am looking at it on Fox News right now, and I am seeing it, and on other platforms where I can see the restricted feed, and it is taxiing, and it's about to lift off, I guess. Ruth says watching it on Fox. Strongman says watching it on Fox. It is turning, and I think it's about to take off. He's about to leave. Danny G says, I see it too. It's been a late night journey through this Trump visit. But it is taxiing now, about to take off. Space Turkey says Trump and Xi must both be exhausted. I mean, Trump had that whole long flight and did that whole activity-filled, about 2.5 days. Now he's going to fly back. Rocket J Squirrel says it's one boss of an airplane. All right, I think it's about to fly away. I'm looking at it like many of you are. It looks like it's just about to go. It looks like it's just about to go. Old Cat Lady says safe travels. All right, I think it's about to take off. I think it's about to. It's taxiing and it looks like it's about to speed up, but I'm not sure. It looks like it's just going to go. Not yet. I'm still watching it. It's still taxiing. I don't know if that's smog there, but it's kind of hard to see it right now. It's hard to see. 2:35 Beijing time. Mark Grenfell says bye-bye. I can barely see it on the Fox shot anymore. Looks like they got their brightness up. Daz Midnight says let it fly. All right. They're really doing it, I guess. Still hasn't taken off. Still Rock thinks there's so much dust on that runway. Live Free with Vinny thinks it is smog. Caviar Liberta says Air Force One is huge. You basically cannot see it anymore on the Fox News shot. It has basically disappeared. I can really not see it. The Fox News stopped showing it. It went out of frame. It looks like on the pool feed, it actually went out of frame before they showed it take off. I'm not kidding you. I'm looking at the pool feed. And as it taxied further, it was very hard to see. And then it looks like it just left the frame. It went stealth mode, says Strong One. I don't even think the pool feed showed it take off. CNN is showing the pool feed. You can't even see it. Left Shoe thinks it's fog. I don't know. I don't know. All right, so I can tell you the pool feed just widened out and I can't even see the plane on the pool feed anymore. Fox News and CNN have stopped showing the pool feed. I cannot even confirm whether it's taken off. My Florida says it's smog. What I don't know what to tell you guys. I can see the feed and I don't know if it took off. Maybe it'll turn around, possibly. Timothy Klein says it's almost whiteout visibility. I have no idea if the plane took off. Well, I think it took off. Yeah, you know, Marcia says traffic is moving, it's probably gone. Yeah, at this point, I can't see anything. W9BB claims it has taken off. Oh, this is interesting. Emily Gooden, who is a reporter, a White House reporter from New York Post, who has been on the trip. Emily Gooden said that American staff took everything that Chinese officials handed out, like credentials and burner phones from White House staff, pins from delegation, and collected it before they got on Air Force One and threw it in a bin at the bottom of the stairs. Nothing from China is allowed on the plane. I wonder if they're worried about like listening devices or something. But basically, all this stuff, again, press credentials, pins, burner phones from White House staff, it all got thrown in a bin before people boarded the plane. Now, Space Turkey says that's the usual protocol. I don't know if it's usual for all countries, because Emily Gooden said it's nothing from China allowed on the plane. So I don't know. Maybe it is, but she thought it was noteworthy enough to post. TJ Adams thinks they're worried about devices. All right, guys. Well, I believe Trump has left. Trump state visit to China ends. Well, we covered the visit. We covered the visit. I think we may be getting close to that time when we wrap things up, because it is 2:40 a.m. here. The next project I have is to try to get my schedule back on some type of human schedule. But I really appreciate you guys being here for our coverage of the Trump visit. And maybe there'll be updates in the coming days about what happened there. Cherry Cola says, wonder if anything was actually accomplished. We don't know. We'll have to see if we hear more. Also, things can get promised and not happen, so... Am I going to cover the Putin-Xi summit? No, not like we covered this. Maybe we'll give some updates on it or something. But I really appreciate people joining us. Sorry we couldn't get more footage of the plane at the end, but you have to make do with what you have. So we'll have more coverage in the coming days of the war in Iran and other things that happen. So if you want, you can subscribe or follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. Oh, hold on. They're showing a plane take off. I'm not kidding you guys. I think he's taking off right. It just took off. I'm seeing it right now. Fox News just showed it taking off. It just happened right now. It just happened. It's either his plane or one of the other planes that looks just like it. It just happened. It's possible it was another plane, though, because I believe there's one that looks like Air Force One that's not Air Force One that flies with it. Although I don't know if that would be at the same airport. So maybe, I think maybe that was it. They just quickly cut back to it on Fox, and I spotted it on, I was looking at the same feed on a different window. So it might have just taken off. That was weird. There was such a delay. So a plane that looked like Air Force One just took off. Was anyone else watching that? Just happened. Just happened right now. Danny G says they have to get enough runway. Nico Dream Movie says that was Air Force One. And the stream just cut after that. So I think that was, some of our B. Earhart thinks was Air Force One. My guess is it was. It was very, I did not know that was going to happen. All right, they ended, and then the network pool feed just ended. All right, anyways, Steel Rock says just caught it. Trump heads home after state visit to China. Okay. Hey, if you'd like, you can subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I would suggest turning on the notifications to the channel because I never know when big news is going to happen. We're going to have to pop up, get on the air suddenly. So if you don't want to miss a stream and you want to know when we're covering live breaking news, sign up for our free notifications. We have a notification system that works really well. It's free. All you have to do is sign up one time and you get notifications before we go live every single time. We do it through Discord. The mods will post the link to the notification sign up in the chat. Also, if you go to the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, the description of the video, you will see the link there to sign up for the notifications. So I recommend doing that. And I will post news updates on my X account. If there's something big that happens tonight, we can come back on the air and do another stream. You can follow me on X at Lookner. There's my X account at Lookner for live, well, for breaking news updates. I'm live when I post them, live posting them, not on video, but I post them in real time. But I really appreciate people. I enjoyed being able to talk about the visit with you guys and watch it with you. Thanks. We got to read a lot of comments on the air. Thanks for writing your comments, sending your comments and questions, and sending me updates. Everybody who did that. And we will certainly have more coverage of news soon for you. Huge shout out to our moderators. Oh my gosh. We have had moderators here the whole time. They make the chat possible, keeping things under control in the chat. We had some moderators staying up late with us. Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth are still there in the YouTube chat at 2:45 a.m. Thank you so much for moderating over there, and all of our other YouTube moderators, our Twitch moderators. We still have Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev over there. And all of our Twitch moderators, thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. And our Facebook moderators. I know we've had Kay Lowry Body and Paul Anderson. All of our moderators there. Thank you. Kay is still with us. Thank you, Kay. And all of our moderators on Facebook. Thank you. And thanks everybody for supporting the channel. Really nice of you guys to support the channel. That's what allows the channel to exist. Marty Hagwood again, thanks again. TE88. Sorry. No, I'm sorry, Jeff TE88. Jeff TE88, thank you. And everybody else I thanked before. So nice of you all. But that's really kind of you. I really appreciate it. And thanks so much for allowing the channel to exist with your support. Did I thank everybody? I think I did. I think I got to everybody. So thank you so much. Corn Boozer thinks Trump will tweet as soon as possible. We'll see. Can't help himself, says Corn Boozer. He only posted one post during the visit, I think, about his talks with President Xi. So I'm guessing he'll post something about it. Maybe on the way back. Who knows what else he'll post about. Hey, by the way, if you are on X, I would suggest following us on X at Agenda Free TV, because I always give you a heads up there before we go live, and I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, our Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check it out. It's free. The Discord chat is at the same link as the free notifications link. And thank you so much to our Discord mods who help out with our Discord chat. Really appreciate you. And for people who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. The way you do this is you subscribe to the channel and then you click the bell and you choose all notifications. Subscribe, click the bell, and choose all. If you're already subscribed, well, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. And what else did I want to mention? By the way, you know what? I'm going to keep wrapping up, but I might just leave it on. So I think we're going to have the Chinese. When is this? I think in 10 minutes, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs briefing is going to start. And it's probably going to be, I mean, they didn't really give much information in it last night, but I think I'm going to have the English language translation, I think. So I'm going to keep wrapping things up, but I might just show that at 3. It's in 10 minutes. It's supposed to be in 10 minutes. We'll see. Isn't one of them English language? I think. Yes. So if you want to stick around, I'm supposed to get that in 10 minutes. So by the time I finish saying goodbye, it'll be like I'll stick around and show it. But let me keep saying some thank yous to people. But as long as it starts on time, which is supposed to be in 10 minutes, I'll show you the Foreign Affairs briefing, Foreign Ministry briefing. Last night, they really said very little. But we have bonus coverage coming up. If you want to stick around for 10 minutes, I'm going to show that, assuming that it starts reasonably on time. By the way, hey, thanks to our Facebook subscribers like Dolly Clark and Diane Allworth and Kay Lowry Body and Kristen McConnell Gates, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. Susan Priest Buchner, thanks for subscribing and supporting the channel. And thanks Nancy Schneider for watching as well. Hey, Joanne Gradwell, thanks Joanne for subscribing. And Michael Fergal and Darren Charlo were also modding. They were doing mod training. Thank you. Andrea Holder, thanks for modding. And over on Twitch, thanks again to our subscribers there, like Annie Cush, Wall Street, Hugh J, Jax Haku, Seed Music, Shaggy. Thanks Ann Deeds for posting first time chat on Twitch, who said, I miss Trump. Thank God he's coming home. Jax Animals, thanks for subscribing. Matthew Kohai 3, Mr. Mac. Strong One, Anatolian Alt, thanks for subscribing. DJ Saltlick and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Seed Music. Again, I'm saying goodbye, but in a few minutes we're supposed to have the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs briefing. So I'm going to do bonus coverage of that. That's my plan. Although it hasn't popped up there yet. It's supposed to pop up any time now. I might have to message Reuters and make sure they're showing it. Let me message them before I thank the YouTube members. Our YouTube members, shout out to them. Shout out to them. Crypto King, Patricia Canada, Cherry Cola, Corn Boozer, Rocket Squirrel, Dr. McRib, Reary Patton, Cack, Danny G, Jerry Cola, B. Earhart, Bernard Tapey, Tracy Ann, Fiona Diamond, Paul 108, W9BBW, Reary Patton, our new member Bryce B 2497, thank you. All of our members. I'm looking for the Reuters is supposed to show the English translation, but it's not up there yet. Now I'm a little confused. They say it's supposed to start. Thanks, Paul 108. Hey, thank you, Paul 108. That's really nice of you. I appreciate it. Well, we'll see. If Reuters shows the English translation of this briefing like they said they were going to, I will show it to you. Thanks to Crypto King. Thanks also to Starry Night for watching. Hold on. All right. I see one, but I got it. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Hang on. I almost have it. I almost have it here. I have to just get it on the screen for you. All right, so we're gonna show you this. We're going to show you bonus coverage coming up of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs briefing. Bonus coverage. Hey, thanks. Billy Cusack gave 10 memberships. Billy, that's so nice of you. Thanks, Billy Cusack, for the memberships on YouTube. Oh. All right, here we go. All right, guys, I am putting it on the screen for you now. I am about to get it on the screen for you. One moment. Here it is. Here it is. Oh my gosh. It's the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs briefing. Bonus coverage. We are doing bonus coverage. This should be the English translation, too. It's supposed to be. Now again, last night we watched this and they didn't say much. They do one of these, I think, most days. A lot of days they do this. This is not special for today. It's a very regular thing that they do this briefing. What's that? Oh, that's the same sound. I don't know why the mic just changed. Oh, I don't know if that's because we're listening to the interpreter. Because we're listening to the English language interpreter version, so maybe it's because of that.
1、2、3 1、2、3
That's what I think it is.
那个那什么1、2、3 1、2、3 1、2、3 1、2、3 1、2、3 1、2、3外交部外交部外交部
外交部
1、2、3
Oh, he's saying 1, 2, 3. I just looked it up. It's 1, 2, 3 in Chinese. Yi er san. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Bonus coverage. We're doing bonus coverage of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press briefing. Any moment now. It really is supposed to start at any moment now. I'm not kidding you. maybe I should. Yes. Denmark Life is watching. Denmark Life is watching from Denmark. Darcy, the sound should be better tonight than it was last night. We should be okay tonight. I hope. I hope. Yes, this is the English feed. Thank you, Omers. Thank you so much, Omers. I really appreciate it, Omers. Thanks for your support. Okay, I think we're getting ready to start here. Here we go.
Friends from the media, good afternoon. Welcome to today's press conference. First, I'd like to release two pieces of news. President Xi Jinping's special representative, member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and Vice Premier of the State Council, Zhang Guoqing, will be in Azerbaijan from May 17th to 18th for the Leaders Summit of the 13th World Urban Forum upon invitation. At the invitation of member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and Minister of Foreign Affairs Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs Sara Nayati of Liberia will pay an official visit to China from May 18th to 22nd. Now I'd like to take your questions.
It is reported that on May the 15th, Matthew Whale, the opposition leader of the Solomon Islands, was elected as the new prime minister. Can I have your comment and what's your expectations? China congratulates Matthew Whale on his election as the prime minister of the Solomon Islands. China is ready to work with the new administration to expand practical cooperation in various fields, continue deepening the comprehensive strategic partnership featuring mutual respect and common development, and promote new progress in building a China-Solomon Islands community with a shared future in the new era. Next one, please.
A question from the New York Times.
纽约时报，特朗普总统说，特朗普总统称中方同意了购买200架波音飞机，请问中方有何评论？
中美经贸关系
China-U.S. economic and trade ties are mutually beneficial and win-win in nature. Both sides need to act on the important common understandings reached between the two heads of state and inject greater stability into bilateral economic and trade cooperation and the world economy. Next question.
In this U.S.-China talk, is the artificial intelligence discussed and how China views cooperation with the United States on AI?
China believes that all parties should jointly promote the open and inclusive development of AI for good and for all. Next question, please. It is reported that in the recent general election held in the Bahamas, the Prime Minister Philip Davis, head of the Progressive Liberty Party, was re-elected, was China's comment. China congratulates Prime Minister Philip Davis on winning another term. The Bahamas is China's important cooperation partner in the Caribbean. Bilateral ties have enjoyed sound and steady growth. China stands ready to work with the Bahamas to further deepen political mutual trust, strengthen mutually beneficial and friendly cooperation in various areas, and deliver more benefits to both peoples. Next question, please.
Good afternoon. Question from Reuters.
路透社，英国外交大臣库珀即将访华，请问外交部能否证实这个消息，以及中方对此访有何期待？
Both China and the UK are permanent members of the UN Security Council and major economies in the world. To develop sustained and steady China-UK comprehensive strategic partnership is an important common understanding reached between leaders of the two countries. China stands ready to maintain close exchanges and dialogue with the UK side and jointly work for continued development in our friendly exchanges and mutually beneficial cooperation. On the visit you mentioned, I have nothing to share at the moment. Next question, please.
A question from the New York Times.
纽约时报。
Are there any further agricultural deals?
请问中方是否同意了在农业方面的一些协议？谢谢。
During the visit, the two sides reached important common understandings on maintaining stable economic and trade ties, expanding practical cooperation in various areas, and properly resolving respective concerns. The Chinese side stands ready to work with the U.S. side to act on the important common understandings reached between the two heads of state and continuously expand the list of mutually beneficial and win-win cooperation in the spirit of equality, respect, and reciprocity. Next question, please.
A question from AFP.
法新社在中美元首会谈当中，请问中方是否同意购买更多的美国石油？谢谢。
中方愿同各方。
China stands ready to work with all sides to ensure global energy security and keep global industrial and supply chains stable. The pressing task is to restore peace and stability in the Gulf and Middle East region. Next question, please.
Another question from Reuters.
路透社，特朗普总统同习主席的关系很好，也吸引了很多的注意力。请问中方如何描述他与特朗普总统的关系？习主席是否认为特朗普总统也是伙伴？关系具。
Heads of state diplomacy plays an irreplaceable role in providing strategic guidance for China-U.S. relations. The two heads of state maintained good relationship and communications will lead the China-U.S. relations development. And the two sides maintain communication for the two heads of state exchanges within this year. Next question, please.
Could you confirm reports?
请问中方能否证实普京总统5月20日即将访华的消息？
China and Russia maintain close communication on preparations for the meeting between the two presidents. We will release information in due course. Next question, please.
It is reported that on May the 14th, Niue's assembly has re-elected Dalton Taglagi as its prime minister. What's your comment, and can you share us your expectations? China congratulates Dalton Taglagi on his election as the prime minister of Niue. China attaches great importance to its relations with Niue and is ready to work with new administration to strengthen political mutual trust, expand exchange and cooperation, and elevate the comprehensive strategic partnership featuring mutual respect and common development to new heights to deliver more tangible benefits to our two peoples. Next one, please.
A question from the New York Times. Has there been
纽约时报，请问中美双方就供应稀土问题是否达成了新的共识？
China has released readouts on the meetings between President Xi and President Trump. China is always committed to maintaining stable and secure global supply chains. Next question, please.
Question from Bloomberg.
彭博社在真实社交上，特朗普总统称，当习近平主席称美国是一个正在衰落的国家时，习主席指的是拜登总统或者其他总统任期时的美国，而不是特朗普时期。请问，针对特朗普总统的推文，中方能否证实内容是否准确？中方是否认为如今的美国是一个正在衰落的国家？谢谢。
President Trump hopes to make America great again. Under his leadership, the American people have scored important achievements for their country's prosperity. President Xi Jinping is leading the Chinese people in the endeavor of realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Both China and the U.S. will gain from strengthening their cooperation in their respective development and rejuvenation endeavors. Next question, please.
AFP.
法新社，白宫称，在中美元首会谈中，中方同意重开霍尔木兹海峡。请问中方能否证实此的消息？
中方在伊朗局势上的立场。
China's position on the Iranian situation is consistent and clear. This war has already caused disaster for the region, and there is a spillover for this. And we need to maintain the supply chains and stability for the supply chains. And the war is harming the common interest of the international communities. And this war shall not continue. And we need to find a way out as soon as possible. This is beneficial for the two sides, as America, the United States and Iran, and also for the whole world. In recent years, the ceasefire is welcomed by the regional countries and international community. China always believes that dialogue and negotiation is the right way, and the forces will lead nowhere. The door of dialogue has already opened. It should not be closed again, and we should stabilize the situation and stay committed to the political settlement and to realize the solution through dialogue consultation that can handle the respective concerns of all countries and to reopen the passage and to call on the international community to commonly jointly safeguard the stability of the supply chains and to realize a full and lasting ceasefire. Since the outbreak of the war, China has always put efforts into the ceasefire, and President Xi Jinping solemnly provided the 4 propositions for safeguarding and promoting the security and stability and peace for the Middle East. And China will stay committed to the 4 propositions proposed by President Xi Jinping and work with the international community to make more contributions into the peace talk and play a constructive role to realize the lasting peace in the Middle East. Next question, please.
Question from the New York Times.
纽约时报，请问中美元首是否讨论了美国半导体的出口管制的问题？
中方已多次表明，在美
The Chinese side has made clear on multiple occasions its principled position on U.S. export of chips to China.
下一个问题。
Next question, please.
From AFP, during Donald
法新社在中美元首会谈中，请问两国元首是否讨论了人权问题，尤其是涉及到黎智英案以及其他在中国扣押的人？谢谢。
关于
On the 2 leaders meeting, we already released the readout. And for the case, China has already mentioned our positions at multiple times. Li Chiying is a principal mastermind and perpetrator behind the riots that shook Hong Kong. And Hong Kong affairs are purely China's internal affairs. China's central government firmly supports the Hong Kong ICR's judicial authorities to perform their duties in accordance with the law. Next question, please.
The New York Times.
纽约时报，昨天早晨，中国海关总署网站上显示，600多家美国的牛肉加工厂被许可向中国出口牛肉，但是昨天晚上有400多个加工厂，他们的出口许可显示的是不生效了。我想请问，为什么会有这样的转变？谢谢。
During this visit, the 2 sides has achieved important common understandings for the stability of economic and trade ties, and we will implement the 2 heads of state common understandings to realize mutually beneficial cooperation. And as the specifics you mentioned, I'd refer you to competent authorities. Next question, please. Any other questions? This concludes today's press conference. Thank you.
So there you go. As some of you noted, he seemed to be reading his answers. I mean, that just might be the way they do it. So I don't know. Somebody asked the question in the chat, does he know all the questions in advance? I don't know. It's possible he knows some of them in advance and not all of them. I have no idea how that works. I mean, look, from last night and tonight, we didn't get much information on what Xi and Trump talked about, you know, so not a lot of detail. Darcy says he wasn't last night. I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch, but I mean, tonight he seemed to have everything prepared. He did talk about that China wants win-win thinks they can have win-win cooperation with the U.S. They want cooperation with the U.S. And he said that China wants the war to end in the Middle East multiple times, and he said that it's affecting the supply chains. Anyways, that was interesting. I'm glad we got to watch that. By the way, I'm sorry. One thing that was going wrong during that briefing is that's supposed to be the English language briefing. For some reason, we were hearing when someone would ask a question in English, we were hearing the Chinese translations. So we couldn't hear the questions in English. We could hear the answers in English, but they were talking. So that, I think that was something messed up with the feed. So I let Reuters know about that, because if it's supposed to be the English feed, you should be hearing the English questions and not the Chinese translation. Anyways, we got to hear the answers at least. So maybe next time we watch, it'll be fixed. But all right. So I'm glad. Thanks for those who stuck around. Thanks for sticking around. We already did our goodbye and everything. So again, I really appreciate everybody being here. Again, shout out to our mods. I'll just shout a couple people out again. Ruth is still there, late night modding. Thank you, Ruth. We did all the goodbyes and everything earlier. Thank you. Idaho Star and Surly Dev are still over there on Twitch. Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook. Who else is there? Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And Kay is still there modding. Thanks, Kay. All right. I got to wrap this up. We're wrapping it up. So again, I appreciate people watching. Peter's happy. Thanks a lot. Anybody I didn't thank before? The Sheldo. Thanked a lot of people earlier. Nancy Schneider. Nicolette Parker. Susan Priest-Buchner. Chaba Sama, Mark Grenfell, Wiki Hans, Dan Cruz 2. Fish like it's 1999. Again, we did the whole, before that briefing, we did the whole goodbye thing. All right, Quantum Bubble. So thank you guys for joining Madamus. So we will have more live coverage soon. That has been our live coverage of the President Trump visit to China. And we'll cover more news as it happens. Oh, and real quick, I forgot to mention this. For those, so a lot of you were watching this. Unfortunately, we didn't have a feed available of when Trump got on the airplane. But as Autism Mommy pointed out, the White House did post some video clips. And one of the clips they posted was this one, where you can see, for those who didn't see it, this shows you President Trump walking to Air Force One with Chinese soldiers. This was earlier. You can see the Chinese soldiers and also the youths on either side who are waving the American and the US flags and the Chinese flags. All right, so that again, you can go to the White House social media, see that. A bunch of you were watching it. I was watching it on the pool feed, but we weren't allowed to show the pool feed. But anyways, I just wanted to show you that. Okay, so that is it for now. Again, thank you so much for watching our coverage and being here for our coverage of the Trump visit to China. And we will see you soon with more. Did I thank everybody also who, I think I get everybody who donated. I think. Oh, Sausage 419. Thank you, Sausage 419, for your support. I really appreciate that. And Big Dog Gaming, thank you too. All right, that's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.